Let's go. That's right. Yes, that's right. That's right. Lyra, that's your name. That's who I was supposed to say. You know shit's about to pop up when Forces starts. That's right. And what's the shit that's popping off today? Well, it's the stream. How about that? Welcoming everybody. Look at this. Look at all the room I've got. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Brilliant, that, innit? Got my new bulb. It's back. That one. So none of this goblin mist here. We'll miss it, obviously. But, you know, I think it's better for everyone if I'm not as close to the screen as I used to be. Because that can be a little... You know, it being like here, it's a bit much, innit? It's just a bit much. But just... There you go. Where are the goblins going to live now? They're in another part of the trash pile. That's where they are. We've got loads of stuff. We've got loads of stuff going on in the chat. Loads of people here. Listen, I just want to preface this stream to everybody. Everybody who's here in the live Twitch chat. Everybody who's on the VOD channel. Today's a very day. We established this in the Discord earlier. And that means that today anything could happen. Literally anything could happen. I don't know. We're talking stun locks. We're talking distracted by everything. All sorts of nonsense. I don't know what's going on. Lots of odd stuff. Brain no work good today. That's what's going on. Huge vibes. You know? The first thing that I want to say, the first thing that was vibes for me today was when so Splotnik in the chat, she's always done this ever since I've known her. TTK and her have a friendship, and so when they're both in the chat, Splotnik will say you, or I think TTK will also sometimes be like you at Splotnik, and whenever either of them says that, always in my head I see this image. Just thought I'd let you know that. That's what I've thought these last 3 years since I've known you. 2 years. I don't know how long it's been. These last 2 years that I've known you. That's the image I see when you both say you in the chat. That's what I see in my brain. It's been like that for years. Now you know. If you don't know what this is Donald Sutherland, Kiefer Sutherland's dad, in the film Invasion of the Body Snatchers, which is a great sci-fi film from the 80s. It's a remake of the original one from the 50s. So go check that out. It's a good watch. That's the beginning of the stream for you there. Look, all these wonderful people in the chat. We've got 10 tiny kittens. We've got Echo Baz. We've got Half a Laptop. Squidade. We've got Lorcan and Nagel. We've got Goblin Hugger. We've got Frog Buggers. We've got Splotnik. We've got Lyra and Friends. Who else have we got? Anything else? Anyone else? No, that's it. I said it all. I said Zakap's here as well. Middle-earth Marxist, hello. Femboy Frankenstein, long time no see. Hello. We've also got Adrenaline. And we've also got Mix Chloe B. Hello, how's it going? Either TTK or Chloe, whichever one you want to do. Let's get a shout out for Goblin Hugger and Lyra and Friends. Great streamers. Love them. Top people. Great peeps. And Skidade as well. Also a shout out for Skidade. Yeah. Most invasions of the Body Snatchers are worth a watch. That's not my opinion. That's just what Lorcan Nagel said in the chat there. Apparently the chat window is too small for Femboy Frankenstein's name. And let's change that. Let's make sure that's not the case here. I think it might be the case here as well. Let's see. The chat window there just not quite being as big as I want it to be, and that's not good enough, to be honest. It stars Leonard Nimoy as well, is that right? That can't be right. That can't be right. Not a fan of that. Leonard fucking Nimoy in a sci-fi film. Who does he think he is? Anyway, right, so I've fixed that there. And now we're back to this big screen. So that's that, isn't it? That's the end of that bit of the stream, whatever that was. What else? Conquest the Cornbread, hello, how are you doing? Work's made it hard to stay on Twitch. That's fair enough. Fuck work. Bastards. Absolute cunts. But it's good to see you again. Nimoy's in the 70s Body Snatchers. So there's a 70s one. So is that... So the Invasion of the Body Snatchers with Donald Sutherland, that's in the 70s. Is it? Chloe gets no choice. Fastest shout-outs in the world. You do have the fastest shout-outs in the world. That's correct. Hello, Semiotic. What's going on? I know I'm speaking for everyone when I say we need more Leonard Nimoy romance films or just Nimoy porn, actually. So, you know, that's definitely going to be a contender in the DJ Muel Best of 2022 thing that I'm doing. If anyone doesn't know what's going on, in a couple of weeks, when I've done all the most important things that I've got to do in the next few weeks, when I've done all that, cleared my schedule, in the weeks coming up to Christmas, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be going through all the streams on the VOD channel. That's one of the benefits of the VOD channel. I can now go back to the past. Until fun games that suck ass, you'd rather be a video game nerd. Anyway, you see, that's the benefit of having you could go back to the past and you can find things that have happened in the past in your stream, and you can have a look at it and go, that was weird, wasn't it? Or I can remember some stuff and go, oh, that was that stream, let's go back to that. And you know, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna get like maybe 5 nominations for different categories, right? So we're gonna get like a thank you for the follow there. I appreciate that. Not having the best day in terms of brain doing different things, you know, so appreciate that you followed at that point there when, you know, and that this is happening now, that whatever this is, appreciate that. Thanks. Hello Husker, how's it going? And hello Juliet, how are you doing? So yeah, gonna get like maybe 5 nominations, and I'm gonna nominate them, right? That it's gonna be me that nominates them. 5 nominations for each category, maybe like 10 categories. I don't want to make it ridiculous, like 10 categories. If you've ever seen Jerma's New Year's Eve stream where he's done like the award ceremony kind of thing, I'm basically copying Jerma. It's just like Trash Bingers. I copied Vinny Vinesauce and I play bad games and everyone laughs at him, right? And now I'm copying Jerma and getting all the bits of the stream. I just think that's a good thing to do for like streamers anyway, because it's like a nice community-based activity. You know? I'm not explaining more than that. Anyway. What a day. Can I also... Sorry, TTK, can I get a shout out for Zakap as well? You've heard that eyeballs are part of the brain. Me too. I've yet to see any evidence for it, though. Lexi West, how are you doing? What's going on? And Zenixi, hello. Can I also get a shout out for Zenixi? Hope you're doing as well today, Zach. Oh no, we're copying Justin TV by streaming it all. Yes, that's a good point, isn't it? What an absolute shower of bastards any of us streamers are. Yes, we've got a new guy today. But the point I was just trying to make is that what Mnemo Semiotic just said there about the Nimoy porn, that's probably going to go in the nominations for the category of worst chat message to see with your eyes. So there you go. That's that bit of the stream done. And now we're going to talk about the new guy. Yeah, so found a new guy. I've said this is my mission for this week. I'm going to try and get a new guy for us to all have a laugh at, because new guys are funny. That's that. That's the explanation. And the guy I found today, I saw someone post about him on Twitter, and he's apparently a flat earther that was a flat earther and then realized he was wrong and he'd been had, and then he went back and changed he kept all of his videos up about flat earth, but he went back and changed all the titles of his old videos. So it's like there's like I'll just give you a quick preview. It's quite funny. So there's like, let me just scroll right back down to the bottom here. So it's really, really funny. Is the Earth flat? Pictures of Earth from space say otherwise. So that second bit has been added in. That's what's funny about that. And then this this bit. This is amazing. Like, he's obviously done a video here called Flat Earth Experiment Proving We Live on a Plane. And then in brackets, he's added, I was wrong, it's not flat. So this is great. We're going to have a look at some of this. Love that. Love that that's there for everybody to just have a look at. Appreciate that. Restorative justice it is, isn't it? Yeah. Incredible. So I'm excited to have a look at that new guy later. I think it's going to be funnier than yesterday's guy. I think it is going to be funnier than yesterday's guy. Maybe not by much, but regardless. Listen, if it all goes tits up like yesterday and he's not that funny anyway, we can just watch some nonsense instead. And I've got a bunch. Right, chat. Full disclosure, right? Full transparency. I want my community to feel, you know, like they understand what kind of a guy I am, right? So the kind of guy I am is that last night I stayed up way past my bedtime watching more Nuke's Top 5 videos and thinking, oh, this would be a good one to show to chat. So what I've done is, if it all goes tits up, I've got a load of... And, you know, and I got myself so scared that I couldn't get out of bed and have a wee when I needed a wee. So that's what I was doing last night in bed after the stream. I was just watching Nuke's Top 5 videos, content. Hey Raven, he could do the Hunter Avalone thing and debunk his own videos. Don't know how trustworthy the Flat Earth guy is, but I definitely don't trust Avalone. I think that's a pretty solid statement just in general. You stayed up pretty late watching Limmy's show. Limmy's show is fucking funny. Funny as fuck. That's a good shout. But how's everyone's day been today? Like I said, very skrunkly vibes today. Very, like, basically what I mean by that, for those of you that don't know what I'm on about when I say vibes, I mean that, like, to be honest, I don't know what people in my Discord were saying today what they meant when they said that today. And what I mean when I say that is the ADHD brain sort of collapsing in on itself and not really able to have coherent thoughts or connected activities and stuff like that. You know, like, you know, I left the fridge door open today when I went and had a shower. Yeah, hungry brain. It's that moment again. Hungry brain. I got a brain and it's not the same as yours. Rainy day at work. Just singing chat messages that come through on Twitch. Hello, Bass Junkie. How's it going? Rainy day. It has been rainy, hasn't it? Caitlin, hello. How are you doing? Trouble returns. That's right. Here comes trouble. How are you doing? I think I'm feeling pretty skrunkly. I'm clocking time at work and playing video games. That's a skrunkly day. Love it. Get that done. We need that as a clip one day, Muel. We do, actually. It's something that I've been meaning to do. Yes, yes, yes. ADHD Event Horizon. That is what it is. Black hole in the brain. That's what's going on. Rainy days. I wish we'd been having snowy days. Oh my god, Chloe. Yeah, holy shit. Snow time, innit? In lots of parts of the world. Where we're going, we won't need any of the things that I've forgotten. That's right. That's right, Zanixi. What was that film that we were in the Discord and Saria was saying that she didn't understand it? And then I said it was, oh, Cube! Yeah, so in the Rage Club Discord, we were talking about the movie Cube. Because the leader of the Rage Club, Saria Slays, she's great. You should go follow her. Just a great content creator. And she was like, I watched Cube and I just thought it was very shit. And then you know, me and Zanixi, we love Cube and we're there being like, yeah, you know, Cube is pretty bad, but it's actually a really good sort of analogy for class and hierarchy and stuff like that, and political ideology. And I was pointing out that the different characters represented different types of political ideologies and stuff. You know, you've got like the bleeding heart, liberal wine mum, liberal go back to brunch, and then you've got the fascist cop, and then you've got like the sort of center left but nihilist kind of guy, and then the younger third wave feminist kind of thing, you know. I learned something that day because I didn't pick on the class types. Yeah, it's really, really, really good. It's really, really, really good. Honestly, it's really, really, really good. Cube is a good film for that sort of like, if you want to have like a, you know, a bit of an analysis. If you want to watch a film and have like a hierarchical class analysis, conversation with your friends over a couple of beers or the smoke or whatever it is young people do. Oxygen bars, I imagine now. What is that thing? Geek bars, elf bars. I learned recently that these vapes, these geek bars and elf bars, are disposable. They're actually disposable, aren't they? But like, you know, what does that mean in terms of the environment? Well, they're not actually like disposable, are they? You know? Because they just stay there forever. When are they going to break down? I don't know what they're on about. Vod, I just want to say this because a couple of people have been doing this recently, and this is just something I just want to nip in the bud here. I appreciate that you want to see me succeed and you want people to give me money and stuff like that, but please don't spam the sub off Twitch command, because I think it pisses people off, and I don't want people to be spamming that command. It takes up a lot of the chat, and you know, unless I'm talking about it, it doesn't need to be there. So you know, if you're a mod or whatever, you know, or if you're just a chatter or whatever, like don't just spam the command if you're not going to use it and stuff like that. Like, I really appreciate it, don't get me wrong, I do really, really, really appreciate it, but I would rather not get on people's nerves in the chat. I know that some people, you know, will be getting stressed out that they can't afford to donate to the stream and shit, and that might make people a little bit upset, and they won't be able to, you know, they won't stick around in the stream kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? They'll get a little I don't know. I don't want people feeling embarrassed or whatever, you know? Anyway, just wanted to say that because, yeah, but hello, Vordrella. Anyway, welcome to the stream. Hope you're all right. Also, Ben Fish is here. Hello, Ben Fish. What else do we got? I love Cube. Congress the Cornbread says it's been cold and wet here too. Only outside for 10 minutes looking after the animals. I was soaked to the bone. Oh my goodness. Do you work in a zoo? I would love to work with animals. I know that people don't like zoos. I know that it's definitely sort of like a topic for animal liberation and stuff like that. But when I was a kid, I wanted to be a vet. That's what I wanted to be. Because I just loved animals and puppies and bunnies and stuff like that. Just love them. Anyway. Love Cube. How is Event Horizon not a Hellraiser movie? It is a Hellraiser movie, isn't it? Really? It is. Like, that's just it. Like, they just can't accept it. A fight broke out a few doors down. I'm sitting in the tents quiet. Oh, shit. Sorry to hear that, Caitlin. That sounds pretty traumatic. Oh!
Have some dosh ILY.
TTK. Thank you so much for the £5. Appreciate that. Thank you for supporting the stream. And thank you for subbing off Twitch, especially. Appreciate that a lot. There's also a scene that Resident Evil stole directly from Cube, if I remember right. They did it with lasers, though. Oh, what? You mean the movie? Are we talking about the Paul... What is his name? Paul Thomas Anderson? You have such a well-kept beard. I've had it trimmed recently. Thank you, Caitlin, though. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's... the trim was really good. And this is, like, 2 weeks after the trim. And, you know, it's grown a bit since then, and it's still pretty good. Like, it's still... You know, one thing that I've learned about beards, yeah, is that I was always... I don't know if you can tell, but... So, my sideburn bits just kind of always curl under, like that. And I never wanted that. I wanted it to, like, come out. But what you've got to do with a beard, you have to just kind of let it go where it wants to go. Right? So, what I have to do is let it curve down like that. And also, this bit of my beard, it sort of curls out like this way. Like it goes like that. And what you've got to do is like You've just got to let it do that and go with it. Go with the flow, as they say. So that's that. But thanks for the compliment. Appreciate that. There's also seen what am I missing here in the chat as well? Also starring Deep Space Nine's Esri Dax, Nicole de Burr. Oh, is that someone from Cube? I don't know any of the actors from Cube at all. No idea who any of those are. I thought when I was a kid and I first watched Cube, I thought that the guy who played the nihilist guy and Quentin Tarantino were the same person, because I'd watched Pulp Fiction as well, and I was like, and I knew Quentin Tarantino was in that film, and I was like, oh, that's Quentin Tarantino. He's in Cube, but he's not. It's not. It's a Canadian guy, isn't it? Anyway. What else did I miss here? Japanese remake of Cube. Yeah, I've been interested to see that. You got to see Cube in the cinema. Fucking jealous, Lorcan, honestly. Event Horizon is Hellraiser and Warhammer 40,000. These Warhammer nerds, they've just got to Warhammer everything, haven't they? Oh, it's Warhammer as well. Well, maybe Warhammer is just stolen a lot of stuff from a lot of different franchises. Do you ever think about that? Anyway, wanted to be a scientist, but had no clear vision of what kind. Scientist, yes. I love to work in a zoo, but this was my little flock of ducks in my backyard. Oh my god. Oh my god. Are you in the Discord? Because I need to see the ducks. Need to see the ducks. The nihilist guy is Rodney Mackay from Stargate. Right, okay, I'm with you. All of it's Metropolis at the end of the day. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Semiotic. Exactly. Every film is just ripping off the first ever film. I don't want to sound thirsty, but yeah, your beard is majestic. I don't think that that's a thirsty comment. I don't think that that's a thirsty comment if you say like, oh, you got a good beard. Like, your beard's looking good. I think that's fine. As long as it's just like not the first thing that you say when you come in the stream as a first time chatter. That's why that rule's there, you know? No gleaming the cube. What's gleaming the cube? You mean like, is that like pondering my orb? Hi, Kiri. What's going on? Welcome in. So, what are we going to do on the stream today before we have a look at the new guy? And I'll tell you what that is. We're going to get into that right now. That's what I'm going to talk about next. So, we're starting off. It's the Twitter bit of the stream. It's the Twitter bit of the stream. That's what it is. And what I've got for you today first is a baby elephant disrupting a TV reporter. Apparently, according to someone, this is the best part of today. So let's take a little look at this.
There we go.
It is said charity begins at home. And for these young orphaned elephants, this charitable foundation is what they call home. It is the place where they discover and are taught life's lessons, experience love, and grapple with loss. And even for millions of other species, home hangs in the balance.
Oh.
Human actions are destroying habitats, decimating our entire ecosystem and disrupting the circle of life. And with the rise in drought cases, it is up to us to be guardians of our own natural world, save our wild species, and provide a home.
He's getting sniff-snuffed. So that was pretty good, wasn't it? That was pretty fucking good. And a good message as well. You know, I think that what this person's talking about is, yeah, pretty fucking important, isn't it? So now we've got some cancel culture for everybody. This is another tweet from Matt XIV. We love Matt. Spoke about Matt the other day on the stream. Apparently this is a meme. It looks like it's a meme from Facebook or something, looking at the artifacting and the, you know, the compression of the video or whatever, right? So apparently this has got the heading. This has got the heading, schools in the future. Everything nowadays is offensive to someone. I've not watched this. I've not pre-watched this, so I've got no idea what it's like. Let's watch it together and see what it's like.
Now, our first question is 3 times 3. Yes?
9.
Wrong. Yes, Penelope.
Gender equality.
Very good, Penelope.
Is this a joke?
You think gender equality is a joke?
No, but isn't this a maths class?
Don't be so racist.
I just asked a question.
We don't ask questions. Questions are offensive.
Yeah!
What? What is this? This is an oldie. I remember this. I have not seen this at all. It is brilliant. This is like art. What is happening? The right can't meme. Literally can't meme. What is going on? Master of the Art seems to recognize this one as well. Is this a right-wing meme? Because it kind of looks like, at this point to me, it kind of looks like something that left-wingers would make to take the piss out of right-wing memes. Like, to me, I just, you know, I don't know. Hey, Muel, how you doing? Welcome in. It's like some art school performance piece. I wish right-wing media didn't look like a parody of right-wing media. I remember seeing this video pre-Trump. Pre-Trump! 2015? No! No way! No! It looks familiar, but hell, it was all anti-PC culture, which is the same thing. Yeah, for sure. Yo, that's nuts. 2015 Gamergate shit. Hey, Erica, what's going on as well? Hello, welcome in. That is right. Your name is Erica, isn't it? Anxiety Sloth. I'm still good to call you that. Shouldn't just assume that, should I? Welcome in again. How you doing? I'm very good. Thank you for asking. Thanks for asking. No one asked me how I was doing today, did they? No one. They probably did, but I forgot because it's a very ADHD day. But yeah, thanks for asking. I'm fine, actually. Anyway, learning actually today how to wash my mattress topper. And my mum said, because it's Squid Punk.
Can we talk about how the elves in Lord of the Rings are all flat earthers? Also, hi Muel.
Squid Punk, hello. Welcome to the stream. Thanks so much for the 19 months of Prime Gaming. I appreciate that. Can I get a shout out for Squid Punk, TTK? Thank you very much. I forgot what I was on about now. Oh yeah, I'm learning how to wash my mattress because it's extremely disgusting and crusty, as I'm sure all of you know it is. And so I'm trying to figure out how to get stains out of it, right? And my mum spoke to my mum on the phone. And she was like, put it in the washing machine with some vinegar, white vinegar. That's right, Squid, laden with cum and piss and shit and blood and farts and vomit and all that. It's just, you know, I live in a trash pile. What do you expect, right? I was going to ask, but I got distracted by the potential for dogs. No dogs. No dogs. So, washing takes all the good flavor out of it. That's what I've heard. It's like a seasoned mattress at this point. It's a mammal. Thank you so much for the 2 months.
djmuel Prime.
No, not my entire mattress. Sort of like my fucking... White vinegar is good for keeping towels soft. So she's not making it up. She's not delusional. So it's a real thing. This is a real thing. Because I was confused. She was like, white vinegar. My tea lady told me to go over the mattress with a steamer every now and then. Tea lady means mum, where I'm from. Oh, I'm with you. Mattress is always slightly warm to the touch. It is. Vinegar and lemon. The white vinegar. Wow, Goblin is a racist. That's true. Everyone who's saying white vinegar is racist. That's what's going on. Miracle Cleaner. I use it a lot too. That's crazy. So I could just put that in my washing machine and it's not gonna... So that's not gonna... It's not gonna like... My washing machine's not gonna explode or something. No, like... Yeah, I use... I've actually got a white vinegar spritz bottle for windows. It'll actually clean your washing machine as well. How much should I put in It's a mattress topper. That's what I want. It's a mattress topper. You know, like, so I've got a mattress, and then on top of it, like a little thing of memory foam. I know you can clean toilets with Coca-Cola. You can also clean it with various other sodas, can't you? I only use balsamic vinegar, so I guess I'm the most non-racist person here. Yes. A tablespoon or two. Really? Just that? For a whole mattress topper? I don't even know if it's memory foam. Actually, come to think of it. I don't know what it is. I think it's just like... I've had it for fucking years. I've got no idea, chat. Literally, I've got no idea what it is. But my mum was like, you can put that in the washer and it's fine. I was like, all right. About half a mug's worth for a load of towels. A load of towels, I think, would probably be about the same. So about like half a mug. Yeah, gotcha. All right, okay, brilliant. So that's that. Anyway. Don't know why I brought that up. Why did I bring that up, chat? Answers on a postcard, please. Why did I bring that up? I just think I just wanted to talk to someone about it. Why did I do that? See, I'm the kind of person who wouldn't know how to do that and wouldn't ask and would just buy a new one. Amazing what you learn when you ask how to do something. There you go. Content, ADHD, I think you're right. See, I told you. Day. Muel's cleaning tips. Yeah, that's a new bit that I'm doing. Muel's cleaning tips. Where actually it's not my cleaning tips. It's tips that I get from other people and people in the chat as well. You were saying how you were because you weren't sure if anyone asked. Oh, that's right. Yes. Brilliant. What a great memory. Well done. Well done. You can tell I'm medicated now because I can recall what other people were talking about. Jealous. Am I? Yes, I am. Anyway. Whose tips is Muel cleaning? Everyone's. Everyone's tips. Putting them through the washer. Putting them through the ringer. Muel's cleaning tips. The cleaning tips for Muel. The tips for cleaning specifically for DJ Muel. Muel's tips. That's the name of it. That's the name of the new segment. We'll have like a new graphic for it and everything. There you go. It's happening. Anyway, let's have a look at some turf nonsense. So this is Kelly J. Keane, aka Posey Parker, getting upset because the New York City turf conference was cancelled due to too many counter-protesters, which is very funny, isn't it? Extremely funny. So let's absorb some turf tears on the stream today.
The whole protest is absolutely banned, and I asked the police.
Okay, I can't fucking hear what she's saying. Let me just boost this a little bit.
If they would help get me through.
Now that's too loud, isn't it? What about that?
And this guy with an earpiece, there's absolutely loads of police. A guy with an earpiece.
Hang on.
Up to the whole protest is absolutely banned, and I asked the police if they would help get me through. And this guy with an earpiece, there's absolutely loads of police. A guy with an earpiece said, "Hey, come with me. You want to get in the protest? Come with me." He took me to the back of a van, behind a van, and said, "You want me to get you in?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Into the protest?" I said, "Yeah, it's my event, I'm going to speak." And he said, "No, I'm not going to do that." I said, "You're not going to help me get to my own event?" He said, "No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not risking my men." So, there is no New York event for me. That's it. There's absolutely loads of trans activists. I assume the women are there. They can't.
I assume the women are there. That's what she said just there. I assume the women are there. And when she says the women, what she actually means is the 2 women and the 5 Proud Boy, cis men, Proud Boy Nazis, street thugs, street, you know, basically street gang men there. to cause a bit of a ruckus. Really, that's what she means by that. So, oh, there you go. Screen recording over. Anyway, bit funny that, isn't it? One thing that is like a weird situation in America that I'm like observing at the minute, and I'm sure all of you have seen this as well. Yeah, Posey's transing the Proud Boys, isn't she? Yeah, what an absolute traitor to the TERF movement. So, yeah, this is how shit of a person she is. The cop was better than her. It's a low bar to be like better than a copper, right? But somehow she's not managed it. Anyway, so, you know, it's an interesting thing to sort of observe that, like, oh, because obviously in a lot of states in the US, I don't want to downplay this, in a lot of states in the US, they're actively trying to, you know, basically remove trans people from society. They're trying to genocide trans people. That's basically what's going on. There's a lot of different... Vord, yo, what? Did you not... Were you not listening before, Vord? When I told you to not do that? I need you to respond to me now so that I know that you've listened, so that I know whether I need to time you out for a day. Literally, the last time you did that, about 20 minutes ago, I said, don't do that. And I explained why. Don't want to have to explain it again. But if you weren't listening, let me know. I don't know. If you don't respond and tell me why, and tell me, yeah, say, yeah, I was listening or not, just going to have to time you out for 24 hours, mate. Because I don't want you doing that. And I don't know why you're just doing that and, like, not saying anything else in the chat and stuff like that. You know, I appreciate it, again, but it's, you know, just don't stop. Just stop doing that. No, right. Listen, I don't want to fucking have to explain this again, but, like, look, I appreciate that people want me to get paid, and they want people to, you know, they want people to donate and stuff like that. But it's not a random chatter's job to just, like, spam the sub off Twitch command. And in fact, I don't even get the mods to do that. I have a bot that does that. It does it every half an hour, right? So I don't need anyone to do it. And I don't need chat members. I don't need chat members to like enforce the chat as well. Like, what are you doing, Caitlin? Why are you doing that? You know, like, I don't even think Vordrella's like listening to the stream. I just think that maybe he's like probably just like lurking or something and wanting to spam the chat. I'm just gonna time him out. It's not his fault. He's not a bastard or anything like that. I'm just gonna time him out. But maybe a mod only chan when you get a chance. No, because what would be the point of that, Nikki? Because it's my donate command, isn't it? So when people want to donate, they have to wait for a mod or for me to do it. No, that's ridiculous. Like, just people should not. The reason that I'm asking people to not do this, right? No, he's not going to get in trouble, Caitlin. Fucking hell. The reason that I don't want people to do that is because I'm well aware that there are people in the world right now who aren't financially capable of donating to the stream. And maybe they feel bad about being here and not donating. And just to be clear on this, you should never, ever, ever feel bad about me, about being here and being unable to donate to support the stream. I try and make my content as free as possible, as it could possibly be. So the reason I don't want people to just spam the fucking sub off Twitch command when it's already posted by a bot twice an hour, right, is because it's going to stress people out, isn't it? Yeah, if you're doing it to get the link, that's fine. But I know that Vordrella isn't actually going to donate because Vordrella has specifically told me that he's taken all of his business off PayPal and he now supports me via Patreon. So that's kind of like, do you know what I mean? That's why it's sort of stressful that he's not, he's obviously not here in the stream listening to me, right? So it's, anyway, whatever. So do you understand? Does it make sense what I've just said? Because I've got ADHD super mode today. My ADHD meter is turned right up to 11. Don't know if I just explained that properly. I don't want to make people feel like they can't be here because they can't donate. And if they keep seeing the... Yeah, does that make sense? Okay, right. Yeah, okay, right. Fine. Thank you. Appreciate that. You know, so that's that. Anyway. Right, let's move on. Ugh, what the fuck was I even talking about then before that happened? So, yeah, the thing... So, right, there is obviously, like, bills in the, you know... Yeah, TERFs. Yeah, that's right. Also, hi, Almost Elise. Welcome in. I had to have this chat with one of my mods, spamming the donate stuff for being money asky. I feel you, Muel. Yeah. It's like... I understand why people are doing it, but it's like... You know, none of my mods do this. All the mods are fine, you know? But it's like, yeah, just don't. Yeah, just don't. Anyway, so yeah, I was thinking about sort of like, you know, the US. I don't want to downplay the anti-trans legislation that's been passed in the US in certain states, and the refusal of the Democrats to sort of look at that on a federal level, and even try and you know, even try and codify that into some kind of, I don't know, law or something like that. You know, look, see there, look, the bot has repeated it. Anyway, whatever. The Democrats refusing to look at this and address this on a federal level in multiple ways. Like, they're not trying to, like, you know, do any emergency powers to protect these people. They're not trying to do any, you know, actual fucking... when they had control of the House, because I remember they used to have control of the House, right? I remember they used to have control of the House before last week, right? The midterms were not terrible. There wasn't a red wave, but they don't have control of the House anymore, do they? So, you know, ridiculous. So all that's really bad, but it's really interesting that, like, the TERF logic and the TERF stuff is not actually going on, and it's not as popular in the US. In the US, they go more for the Christo-fascist version, don't they? Do you know what I mean? They still do under the new people sworn in. Well, this is nonsense, isn't it? Oh, did it go the other way? So actually, they're more in control of the House now. So they're actually more in control of the House now. Fucking absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. Yeah, you're gonna check? Appreciate that. But the TERF kind of lines and the TERF logic and people like Posey Parker and people like... They did lose the House. It's 217 rep. Yeah, I thought so, Chloe. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, they did. They lost the House. They lost the House. They lost the House. So, you know, now they've even got less of a chance, right? To do anything about trans rights or any other kind of fucking, you know, like Roe v. Wade or whatever. You know? Okay, Caitlin, I'm sorry. Like, I've given you so many fucking chances. You've come back, given you another final chance. You're just not right for this community, I'm afraid. I'm sorry, but you don't get to fucking talk to my mods like that. You don't listen to anything I fucking say, ever. Sorry, you gotta go. Gotta go. Gotta fucking go. What the fuck was that? And also, yeah, what are you on about discourse? Non-binary people are trans. What are you talking about? No idea what the fuck that's about. Absolutely fucking nuts behavior. I'm just not... I don't... Okay, like, why today? Why today of all day am I getting stressed? Just a couple fucking chatters there, you know what I mean? That are just... One not actually being a cunt, but just trying to be helpful. The other one just being a cunt. Like, come on, man. Give me a break! It's fine if it's like a rando that I've never even seen before, but when it's like an actual active member of the fucking community that's been here for fucking months and months and months, and I've said, like, you know, just think about what you're saying before you say it, and they don't. Like, You know, I'm just like, my entire brain, like, in... I need the calming a goblin aura back. Yes, I do, don't I? Hello, Andy. How's it going? Welcome in. It's not fully called yet. The House is 50 Democrats to 49 Republicans with 1 to call. Senate is 205 Democrats to 217 Republicans. And it's 218 to win. I've just done that, TTK. Do you want to just, like, state the reason in the mod log? Please, for me. That'd be great. Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. I can't. I just literally can't. I was just trying to do like a stream. And now look at this. Look at what's happened. You know what I mean? I honestly worry a lot that I'm always going to make stupid takes. I feel bad when I do, and I appreciate when people give me a moment to reflect and apologize. That person has had plenty of opportunities to not be fucking weird. Andy, don't worry about it. You're not like that. There's a lot of people in this community that aren't like that. Like, you know, listen, what you've got to remember, chat, is that if me, the streamer, is in your DMs saying, stop being fucking weird, right? Don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, right? You're on thin fucking ice, right? And that's been two long-time members of the community for like the last over the last couple of weeks, and I've banned both of them. Like the other one just today, but the other one a couple of days ago. But anyway, whatever. It's one of those things. Let's move on. Let's talk about what we're talking about. Can I also get a shout out for I'm a Coconut, please? Chloe, and also Magos. Welcome to the stream. Not more than before the elections, but the new house sits in January. Right, okay, with you. Is that what it takes to get into your DMs? Yes, it is. Manchin and Cinema reliably vote GOP. So really, Dems would need 53 to control the Senate. That's kind of what I think, right? Anyway, so what have I got next for you in the stream? I'm just moving straight on. It's a new guy. Folks, it's a new guy. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make myself a little bit bigger. Because something just doesn't quite feel right in terms of, like, composition. That's all right, isn't it? That's not too close, and it's not too far. Like, it's all right, isn't it? You know. Anyway, right, let's crack on. So, it does look good, doesn't it? Thank you. Yes, thank you for immediately validating me. Listen, we're going to talk about today's new guy. Who's today's new guy? Well, the new guy is a flat earther that has gone back and renamed a bunch of his videos, previous videos. Everyone's excited about this new guy. It might be shit, I don't know. Everyone is excited about his well, ADHD. New guy, flat earth guy, already laughing, right? That's good, isn't it? Tentative new guy. Flat earth guy, who has gone back and renamed a bunch of his videos to say, I was wrong, the earth is not flat, because he got out of the conspiracy world. He ended up getting debunked. He debunked himself, and what we have as a result is this kind of odd website. Now, content warning, I think there's going to be some COVID denial in here. I'm pretty certain of it. I think this guy is a conspiracy idiot, but I also think that he's capable of some kind of critical thinking. So it's a bit upsetting that he is still a COVID twat. I don't think he's based. No, I don't think he's based. No, really don't think he is. Yeah, he's an inflated guy. He's not flat anymore. My previous message was before you said the content warning. Yeah. No, fair enough. He's come around to Lord Stephen Christ's concave earth. What? Who's Lord Stephen Christ? Who's that? That sounds like a new guy. Hello, a ghost. Wow, so feckless. That's right. Yes. I don't really know what feckless means anyway. I didn't mean inflated like the inflation fetish. Well, now you have said that, haven't you? Imagine just changing your position like that without being debated into it. Yes. What a loser. He got globe-headed. He got completely globe-headed. Balloon Earth. That's what's going on. Feckless means without feck. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. A deflatter. Yeah, he's a deflatter. That's right. He's been reorbed. Pondering the orb. Anyway, so, right. Let's transition to the next scene. Boom, look at that. Look at that. So, this is like his first ever video. I think. Is the Earth flat? Pictures from of the Earth from space ain't otherwise. So let's crack on and let's start to consume this man's content. And see what this content is.
Yo. I've been wanting to post a video for a little while, really.
Okay. We need another content warning, I'm afraid, folks. And you know what it is, don't you? It's another one. Yes, that's right. Unfortunately. It's another one. Let's have a look at what he's saying.
I'm a flat earther. I believe the Earth to be flat. And obviously this subject has come up a lot recently.
It's just like a coming out video. It's already great. It's already great. You know, like, just, like the whole thing. It's like, Mum, Dad, I'm a flat earther. Listen, I'm still your son. I still love you. You know, there'll be a marriage someday. It just won't be the same as a traditional marriage, because there'll be nutters everywhere. We'll have a flat Earth cake. You know, so that's that. Yeah, new gender just dropped. Flat Earther. Yeah, got to be one of my favorite genders, to be honest. We raised you to be a scientist. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Recently, and it's basically being ridiculed by the media. I mean, why would the media even have to ridicule something so stupid? Just
what is this? What? What's going on? I don't understand. Right, hang on. I'll play the video for you.
Don't even mention it. Do you know what I mean? Even Barack Obama was talking about the Flat Earth Society and how he's got no time to talk to them. Why even mention the Flat Earth Society if they're so pathetic? Well, they are, though. The Flat Earth Society basically is actually, I'd say, a government agency, something like that. It's been set up to just make us all look like idiots, basically.
This can't be true, man. Facts do not add up. Earth curvature, manipulation, blue screen CGI, Big Bang. This can't be real, man. This can't be real.
Even more so.
Hey, Sir Goosebumps, what's going on?
There's just some good information on there, but mostly it's just absolute, just ridiculous claims.
Is this video dead loud, folks?
No true flat earther would even consider.
Did he literally just no true Scotsman the flat Earth community, didn't he? He literally was just like, no true flat earther would ever say these ridiculous claims like NASA is a government agency designed to, you know, I don't know. I don't know what they say. I don't know what they say. I've not thought about flat earthers for so long because there's just none of them anymore, is there? There's like 10 in the whole world. Hey, Adam, altogether, how's it going? And also, hi, Shakes Feed. Hello, hello, hello.
Most of us are actually fact-based people, and that's why we are.
We're a fact-based people. You know, we value facts, logic, and facts. The main fact being the Earth is flat.
Thinking the way we are at the moment, the facts do not add up on a ball Earth. The Earth that NASA, I used to be their biggest fans, you know. The Earth they show us just is not what we live on. And that's where this confusion comes from. We can see far too far in the distance. Considering, say, you know, if we live on a ball, imagine this is a ball.
Right, imagine this is a ball, my fist. Okay, we're starting strong, folks. We're starting strong. Hello, Rebel Firestorm. Hello, hello, and hello, Gumba Master. How you doing? The truth is that the Earth is as flat as my ass. That's right. He's right there. They do live on another planet, yes.
You're here, and something's there.
Yeah.
You should not be able to see it. But there's time after time, people are literally filming 200 miles off in the distance, and they're still seeing, you know, these objects. And
so this is great. Like, it's just so with such confidence. Like, I've never understood that about flat earthers. Like, they come at you with such confidence, don't they? They're like, yeah, you know, they have these boats, right? And these boats sail away from the land, and they keep filming, right? 200 miles is zero distance on a global scale. I know, yeah, it's literally nothing compared. Like, they don't know how big the world is, do they? He thinks you can see something literally a quarter of the world away. That's what he's saying. He's saying if you're here and something's there, you shouldn't be able to see it, which is true, and that is true. You can't see things that are over the horizon of the Earth because of its shape, isn't it? That's what it is. Well, actually, I'm being fact-checked here by Lorcan, who says the world is 201 miles across. Right, fair enough. I didn't know that. You know? Didn't know that.
People are saying, oh, but you can't see the bottom half of them. Well, that is literally just due to perspective, things like that. So
what?
There's a lot that are...
Things like, this is amazing. You know what? Fair play to this guy who went back and said, you know what? I was wrong. Because... you know, imagine, like, he could have taken this down. He could have deleted this video and been like, no, sorry, like, yeah, I'm not having anyone. I'm really embarrassed that I used to think these insane things. I don't want to have that in my past. I don't want people to be able to see that. You know, could have taken the video down, but he didn't, did he? He left it up so everyone could see what an idiot he was. And that's amazing. I love that.
Could go through, and I'm just literally thinking this off the top of my head right now. So
this is him consenting to be held accountable, isn't it? That's what's going on.
Gonna miss a lot.
Your dad was a flat earther? Oh no.
I'm an absolute idiot. But the maths does not add up for a ball earth, basically. That's what got my head going.
What do you mean the maths?
I'm not a mathematician, I don't claim to be.
I mean, well, there's the problem, isn't it? There's the problem. The maths don't add up, followed by the statement, I'm not a mathematician. And it doesn't even claim to be. The maths doesn't add up, but I'm not a mathematician, and I'm not even claiming to be one. So that's the problem there, isn't it?
And I do even question, apparently it's 8 inches per square mile. So if you go 1 mile, there would be an 8-inch drop to follow the curve.
What?
Some people just think it's 8 inches every mile, but then we would just live on a massive hill. So at some point,
that is what he thinks, Shakes. Yeah,
to come back round to meet the other end. So there has to be considerable drop.
Same semiotic
to meet us back at the other end, and it just can't. Anything I've watched, it cannot be recorded. This curvature, and people will say, "Oh, it's because."
But it can though, can't it? Because it has. It actually has been recorded multiple times. The horizon is literally just the horizon. You can find loads of footage of that's been recorded. Loads of that. Like, that all exists. There's loads of it. Like, this is what struck me about flat earthers, is that there's just like so much evidence out there to say that everything that they're saying is nonsense, and they're so down for it. Like, you know, I'm trying to think of, like, you know, if you're a 9/11 truther, that's kind of like understandable, isn't it? That's kind of understandable. You know, because it's like, well, you know, you could kind of see how the US government would do a false flag attack on their own people in order to justify a war, which means that people who are lobbying the US government, you know, could build more infrastructure in you know, the Central Asian country that is producing lots of oil. You know, you can sort of see that, can't you? There's like a little bit of like, oh, well, yeah. But then, you know, the flat earth, there's just nothing there, is there? Like, this is the thing, like, you know, I know loads of conspiracy nuts because all my mates growing up were like punks and hippies, drum and bass ravers and stuff like that. And so there's loads of people who just smoke way too much weed. They think the Illuminati's real and all that stuff. They think that vaccines make you gay and trans and you know, COVID is not real and all that. So I've heard loads of people say stuff like this. And the one thing that I've said time and time again to people when they've come out with this stuff is I've said, why would they lie about this? And they would always say something like control. And then you say to them, well, the governments of the world already have control over us, don't they? You know, and then it's different. Then there's a difference there. You're either speaking to someone who is also a freeman on the land, aka what do they call it? What do they call it? Sovereign citizen, sovcit, or someone who just goes, oh, well, yeah, I guess you're right, but it's different control, and then they just kind of trail off, and then you talk about something else. They say, oh, have you seen this new tune by, etc. But like, it's like that, isn't it, you know? Yeah, US government doing conspiracies as a historical basis, literally, like COINTELPRO, that's a whole thing. They literally just, like, murdered and, you know, kidnapped and tortured a bunch of, you know, leftist communities, you know, specifically Black Panthers and all that. Like, COINTELPRO is like a legit thing. So you can understand like why people would be like, oh yeah, 9/11, it's an inside job. But flat Earth, there's just nothing. There's nothing there, is there? Literally nothing. Like, why would NASA lie? Even if they were lying, like, what kind of degree of control are they exerting over people by saying that there's, like, what's on the other side of the flat Earth? What's the theory there? Like, what is it, like, all gold and, you know, porn everywhere or something? I don't understand. I don't get it.
We're so big that you just cannot see the curvature, and all these just excuse after excuse.
Hey Layla, what's going on?
If something is curved, you should be able to measure it, no matter what, no matter how big the curve. It's just that's the way it is. There's just excuse after excuse for this ball.
4 elephants standing on a turtle underneath. Nice reference.
Probably is what got me into it. I did question the moon landings, and
that's another thing, isn't it? Like, questioning the moon landings. You can like that as well, right? That as well about the moon. The moon landings being fake, that's kind of rooted in US imperialism, isn't it? In the Cold War, it's like, well, you know, yeah, they're just kind of like, they were just lying to say that they beat the communists to the moon, right? Or something like that. Yeah, you can sort of understand that, right? But Neil Armstrong will literally punch anyone in the face who says that to him. And that's not a normal reaction, is it? Like, you know, you see politicians who've lied about stuff. And, like, you know, these journalists go around and question them. Why are you lying about this? They just walk off, don't they? They're just like, pretend that they don't exist. But Neil Armstrong... Oh, is it Buzz Aldrin? Is it Buzz Aldrin? I thought it was Neil Armstrong. Buzz Aldrin, he just, like, punches people in the face. That's not a normal reaction from, like, someone who's been involved in a big conspiracy and lies and stuff. So, yeah, Buzz Aldrin, sorry, yeah, he literally just assaults people who say, why did you lie about landing on the moon? Because imagine, right, you know, they went through all this training, like, this ridiculous training, right? Absolutely ridiculous training where you have, like, you pushed to the very limits of human endurance, you know, that thing that does like the G-force and shit and spins you around. That's crazy. If you've ever been on like a roundabout, you know, like a kid's push roundabout when you're a kid, just that on its own made me pass out once. So imagine what that fucking does to your body, that massive machine that goes, yeah, and all the old tech as well. Like, there's no like health, like you know, they didn't care if like someone had like bad circulation or whatever. They're just like, yeah, whatever, spin the fucker, you know. Anyway, so you know, shit like that. But yeah, one of them, innit? I was on one of those when I went to the carnival. I could probably be an astronaut. Yes, I'm sure. I'm sure that what is that? The waltzer? The things that, you know, the spin, like where it spins so fast that it like holds you up against the wall. What is that? What are they called? Waltzers? I don't think I've ever been on one of them that I can remember. I've been on lots of like fairground rides and shit. But anyway, yeah. Kubrick couldn't make Space Odyssey 2000 convincing. Hey Thorus, how's it going? The waltzer has probably killed more people. Wait, what? It's the Gravitron in the US. Of course it is. The fucking Yanks with ridiculous names. We call it the Gravitron. It's the Gravitron, actually, dude. Like, shut the fuck up. It's a fucking spinny roundabout cunt, isn't it? Jesus Christ.
What a load of bollocks, basically.
What a load of bollocks.
It's just ridiculous. We went to the moon before we invented the internet. Yeah.
This has got to be an alert, hasn't it? That's got to be an alert. This is so good. That's one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my entire life. That's so unfeasible, isn't it? We invented going to the moon before the internet. Why? Yeah, of course they did. What does that mean? Like, how are you measuring this technology? I don't understand. Like, you know, we're talking about like computers that could just like transmit data. But doesn't you understand what the internet is? That's amazing. Also, welcome to the stream, Prime. Good to see you. Yeah, you can do complex things in different orders, whatever. Radio existed, that's another thing. I think radio is like more impressive than the internet, isn't it? Because radio is like the transmission of radiation. Radio is the transmission of like short, or is it short frequency or long frequency? I can't remember. The one that's not damaging. One of the ones that's not damaging over like, you know, vast distances. Vast distances, like so far. Right? Yeah, where are the satellites we bounce our signals off of? Yeah, it's just incredible. Anyway, so funny, isn't it? Yeah, the internet needs cables to work. We also invented nuclear submarines before the internet. Yeah, exactly. It's so odd. So funny, isn't it? This is very much the Egyptians were good architects, therefore they knew the earth is flat. Yeah. Shit like that as well, right? ARPANET was created in the same year as the moon landing, right? So stupid.
Okay, before we invented the microwave, yeah, right. It just does not add up. I mean, that's a whole other subject in itself, but that's when we start.
Well, I mean, radiation was invented in like 1875. Not invented, but it was discovered, wasn't it, in like 1875 or something like that by Marie Curie and her husband. Wasn't it? I can't remember. But anyway, I don't think I think it was discovered by Marie Curie, but I think her husband and her worked on it throughout the years or something. I don't know. But it was like the 1800s, wasn't it? That people figured out what radiation was. Yeah.
Started questioning, like, well, if we didn't go...
A quick Google search showed me the microwave was invented in 1945. Literally wrong on everything. That's so funny.
The moon, then, and NASA took us there. So what else are they faking, you know? And I just started looking into it, and then you realise every single picture of the Earth is a manipulated image. That is not one. Just get a camera, take a photo. We don't care if it's overexposed or there's too much.
Right. It's so funny, isn't it? It's so funny, this argument, because there's so much stuff, right, that you could point to, like the fact that there are people in the space station, right? People in the space station, and they literally, like, with their phones, take selfies and shit, and then when they get back down to Earth, send them to people or whatever. I don't know if they could send them while they're up there or whatever. But that's the thing, isn't it? The overexposure thing is like a legitimate, like, problem, because it's like, you know, if you're at the wrong sort of, like, angle, the sun is just too bright and all that kind of shit. Anyway, I don't know if that's a legitimate thing, but there's that, and then there's also the fact that, like, there are just, you know, pictures of the moon out there with, like, cameras that they've, like, attached to something outside of a satellite, and they've taken a picture of it. Like, just nonsense. Also, the whole moon landing being fake in relation to flat Earth also posits that the US and the USSR are actually collaborating, because the USSR said the Earth was round too. Right, exactly, which is complete nonsense. Like, none of that would ever happen. Also, Quillightful is here. Everybody, please go follow Quillightful. Can I get a shout out, please, for Quill? Any mod is welcome to do that. Whatever you want.
Light and it looks weird. We want to see the Earth from just a photo.
But if there was, right? If there actually was, yeah, there's a live feed of the Earth. I think that's been going on since before this guy made a video. Like, this guy's video was apparently 3 years ago. It's definitely before that. Excuse me. They were doing live streams of the Earth and the ISS, weren't they? You know? Yeah, this is the thing. This is the confusing thing, isn't it, Nikki? It's like, I wonder why people care so much. What's the end game? How does it affect you? They start to go into this thing about, like, oh, well, what else are they lying about? And it's like this is the frustrating thing for, you know, lefties like us, right? Like, disgusting, crusty, anarcho-communist types, right? Is that if you just stop with this nonsense for, like, a bit, and you look at, like, the actual conspiracies that are going on in front of our eyes every day. For example, the fact that wages are stolen off you when you go to work. That's literally what happens in any business under capitalism. Your value is exploited, and the value you create for the company is actually stolen by the bosses. And, you know, that means that you are impoverished, and you don't get access to any of the stuff that, you know, people in the upper classes, the ruling classes, have access to as a result of that, and your life is therefore shit. So that's one conspiracy that's actually real and true, and it sort of is combined with what you're saying. Like, I have a bit of time for conspiracy people because of that in particular. I think that people do actually, like, have you know, an inherent understanding that there is something wrong with the world, or we're being lied to in some way, right? And unfortunately, it's like, well, that is true, but not in the way that you're saying it. You know? It's that, isn't it? So, anyway.
And not all these composite images that you layer up and then put this on and put that on and copy and paste everything. Just show us a picture.
Show us a picture.
They can't, basically. They can't show us a picture. The ISS.
Hey, General Strike, how's it going?
I don't know what's going on there. I really don't. I mean, I've seen videos of people literally on harnesses and wires, and there's no mention. I mean, if they was to just say, oh, you know, it's a bit turbulent up there, we need harnesses and wires to keep us... There's no mention of harness and wires, and they're on them. When they're doing their little spins, they're literally just on a harness, basically, and it's ridiculous.
So he's saying that, like, zero gravity is fake and everything. This is great. Not only are we on a flat Earth, right, but zero gravity is not real. Like, just in space, there is gravity, actually, you know? I think the reality is that they don't want to go, is that they want to go to sleep on real issues. They don't want to worry about global warming. They don't want to worry about losing their house or financial crisis or pandemics. They'd rather dream up scenarios that aren't real, that can't really hurt them. I think that is a really astute observation, Nikki. I think that is pretty spot on. Pretty spot on. Yeah, you can see the ISS passing over. Just look at it. They CGI'd the wires out like they do in the Kung Fu movies. That's right, Carpe. Also, gotta get a shout out for Carpe Packs as well. Phenomenal streamer. He's saying that the wire. He's saying he can see the wires because he saw Thunderbirds once. Thunderbirds was great, wasn't it? Thunderbirds was. Oh, what a show! See, look what you've done now. Look at what you've done. Is this the video? No, I want the video as well. You know what's coming, don't you? You know what's coming. Oh, this is so good. So my nana, right? Not my nana who's still alive, me other nana. She said she had loads of VHSs that she'd recorded for like my cousins who were older than me and my dad as well. Like when VCRs like first like came out, she was like sending like not my dad but like her other kids. She didn't like my dad. I don't know why. But anyway, she recorded Thunderbirds, and I used to watch so much fucking Thunderbirds when I was a kid. It was ridiculous.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thunderbirds are go.
Oh, it's so intense! What a fucking tune. John Tracy. John. Just John. They couldn't be arsed that day. They were just like, yeah, whatever, mate. John Tracy. And you know, again, I can't really be here without doing this. Can't really be here without doing this. Because this is just great as well.
For action.
Oh. Fucking Stingray. Oh, what a jam.
We are about to launch Stingray.
Troy Tempest. It's basically the same theme tune, isn't it? All the Zoomers in the chat are just like, what is going on here? What the fuck is this? You know, looking at it, thinking like, this is probably racist, isn't it? Like, this probably, and it probably there might, maybe, I don't know, maybe there was some racism in Stingray or Thunderbirds. I'm not fucking like, do you know what I mean? Everyone's like, yeah, well, look at this, it's Thunderbirds and Stingray, and the Zoomers are like, the millennials aren't remembering this. There's probably some racism in it, isn't there? So yeah, you're probably right. Cancel. Stingray. All the autists losing our shit over the models. Yeah, like, you know, I can imagine some people having like, is it right to call it that? Like a special interest in the marionettes and stuff, because it is really impressive. Like, just like, you know, I know it looks shit to old, you know, younger people. Like, what is this like little puppet thing? It's all ridiculous. But a lot of it was really impressive for like 1950 and 1960, you know, shows, like kids shows and stuff like that. It's really, really good. Like, there was some thought put into that fucking production. But anyway, right, let's move on. We're going back. My dad has a special interest in specifically those marionettes. That's awesome. I love that shit. Yeah, I just love the crazy intro, honestly. I'll take the full Tracy Island set with the number 2 that opens up and holds 3 and 4 over Transformers any day. I loved Transformers as well, But I did have the Tracy Island set. I did get that got for me one year for Christmas. Yeah, that was fucking sick. And I can't remember which stingrays. I can't remember which Thunderbirds I had. I think I had Thunderbird 2. And I had, because Thunderbird 2 came with Thunderbird 4, didn't it? Right? It had Thunderbird 4 in it, actually inside it, which was the wet one. You could get that wet. It was the submarine, wasn't it? So like, and it was like 2 people piloted the number 2, didn't they? 2 people, because the pilot of number 4 would pilot number 2 with the pilot of number 2, co-pilot, and then when it needed to be number 4, he would drop out in number 4 or something like that. Anyway, whatever, forget it. We're looking at this flat Earth guy. Never mind. Who cares? We got some new people stopping in. Vexing Thoughts, hello, and also Risk Inverse. How are you doing? Good to see you.
It's basically just like blue screen CGI. A lot of effort going into this, guys, and it looks real. Come on, but there's certain things where.
So my guy has spent like the last, I don't know, 5 minutes saying, "Oh, it's not real." Like you can just tell, like it's so obvious. And then he says,
"A guy looks real. Come on, screen CGI. A lot of effort going into this, guys, and it looks real."
It looks real.
Come on,
Hi Adam, how's it going?
Certain things where a guy will go from one side and just go straight into a doorway, and he's halfway through and just starts to disappear. Like he's.
That's called an object obscuring your vision. That's what that is. Look, I don't know if your mom ever played this with you when you were a kid, but it's like this. When you go, peekaboo, like, look, where have I gone? Oh my God, I've disappeared. Peekaboo, like, that's just basic, like, objects obscuring your... Like, if someone walks through a door and then you fail to see them after that has happened, it's not some CGI blue screen effect or whatever. It's just... Yeah, that's just object permanence, isn't it? That's just what that is. You know?
This is computer-generated imagery. That is exactly what it is. There's hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds.
Green screen's fucked up. Keep disappearing, that's right.
That when you start looking and you think, that's not right, that's not right, that's not right. This is when it starts to add up in your head and you just think, well, okay, like, not every...
you see, Thora, they have an answer for that. Thora Star says in the chat, "Dear Flat Earth dudes, why does it get dark at night?" The problem with that sounds like a really good gotcha, doesn't it? But it isn't for Flat Earth dudes, because the answer to that is that the moon and the sun still exist, and they still work in the same way. It's just that the Earth is flat. So that's their answer to that, unfortunately.
Right about this Earth, we might get things wrong, but when you start thinking, literally, like
coin flip Earth, that's right.
90% of basically everything I'm told, I now don't believe. Literally, the further I go, the more I'm going to look like an idiot, because you have to just look into this yourselves. Most people that start the flat Earth sort of looking into it and start thinking, oh my God, like, we're intelligent people. We look into life and we want to know the reasons for our existence, and we all believe...
Wait, what do you mean they have models? What do you mean they have models? What does that mean? What are you on about? They've got models of what the world looks like. Flat Earth models. Yeah, if I can't find it from this flat Earth models and just what images. Okay, this is pretty good. So what, like this? So they at least acknowledge that there is an atmosphere. They at least acknowledge that. This is literally Discworld. It's literally Discworld. That is literally what it is. Like a flat Earth orrery? That's just Discworld. Like, no, I don't mean like that's Discworld as in like, you know, that's because in Discworld there's like elephants and a turtle and stuff. But it literally looks like. They have some that have moving lights. Okay, so flat Earth orrery, because that is what that's called. I don't want to bring up any porn by accident, because you never know. But let's flat Earth orrery. Oh, but these are like ancient. These can't be like. No, you're gonna have to link. You're gonna have to link me. You're gonna have to link me. Nikki, have a permit. Hold up. Let me give you a permit and link us in the chat. There's one dude that makes them. You trying to find it? Yeah, have a look.
Bang or come from another religion or something, but you know, the Big Bang is a religion. There's no proof it ever happened, and we are literally taught it that this is what happened. The Big Bang, we were created from nothing, and nothing turned to everything, and consciousness was formed out of nothingness. And, you know, and then you start to think, actually, I don't know who said the quote, but they said you have to have more faith to believe in the Big Bang than you do to believe in a creator.
I don't know who said it. It's also not what the Big Bang says, is it? It isn't. It isn't what the Big Bang says. Like, yeah, Lorcan makes a good point. The Big Bang, there's actually lots of theories as to what the Big Bang is. And a lot of the theories sort of point to that it's a black hole from the universe that is actually, in fact, infinite. Right? It's like all the stars and all the planets and everything like that. Everything in the universe getting like vomited out of a black hole. That's kind of what they think the Big Bang was. It's not just like an explosion. You know, that's what some of the sort of like physicists I've had a look at kind of think the Big Bang is. That's what I've heard. Hey Confero, how's it going? Yeah. We know a lot about the Planck moment and what happened after it, but we don't know what caused the Big Bang. Yes, there's lots of different things theorizing it. And, you know, I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Do you know what I mean? There's no way of knowing it. So it's just kind of ridiculous to assume that everybody just thinks that, oh, yeah, well, the Big Bang just kind of happened and then it came from nothingness. Like, no, I don't think any scientist kind of believes that a reaction like that just happened one day out of nothingness. I mean, if it did, that's pretty fucking cool, right? But I also sort of resent that statement if that is the case as well. Because if that is the case, that people say that the Big Bang just came from nothing, right? That's just it, right? Then you do still need to have more faith that a creator, that there's like a big guy in the sky, and like, where did he come from, or them, or whatever? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's whatever. The issue is that the closer that we get to the Big Bang, the more our models for the universe breaks down, which means we can't really, with our knowledge, understand what the Big Bang truly is. Yes. And that is the reason, everybody, why I believe in ghosts. Right? Just that there is that we don't actually understand everything. And so that means ghosts are real. So there you go. I'm very smart, actually. Anyway, right, so let's crack on.
You know, I'm not talking about God or, you know, any other, you know, sort of power of religions and things like that, but I look at it from intelligent design, basically. This, you know,
another thing. So if this guy's going the God route, right? The God route, right? Why would God, she, Faye, they, G, Gem, whoever, right? Whatever. Why did God make our planet flat and the rest of them round? What do you mean? What is that? I don't get it.
No, randomness cannot create what we live in right now. It really cannot, you know.
Speaking of the Big Bang, new JW images might indicate the universe might fully be older than we thought, finding 13 billion year old fully formed galaxies. Wow. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Catboy Franz Kafka, how's it going? Just got here and got jump scared by British Joe Rogan. Yeah, it's not good, is it? But that's why the content there, the content warning is there for a British man. It's not good. Because it was like Lemmings. God wanted to see if we walk off the edge. You know what? Good point. They're all wrong. The sun's flat. Correct. Yes. Anyway.
Should we
Yeah, the absurdity that one flat planet proves intelligent design.
Do you know what I mean? Like, where does looks come into it? You know, selective breeding. Oh, it's just terrible.
Wait, what? What?
Should we be this good? It really cannot, you know. Should we be this good looking? Do you know what I mean? Like, where does looks come into it?
Pardon me? What are you on about? Should we be this good looking? What's he on about? Has he seen... I don't know. What's going on there? You know, flattering himself a little bit, isn't he? Listen, I don't want to do I don't want to get into this. I don't want to get into this who's good looking and who's not good looking because I don't want to give anyone any kind of body dysmorphia, right? I don't want to do that. But like, what is this selective breeding? What is he on about?
You know, selective breeding.
What does he mean?
It's just terrible.
If he's talking about the aesthetics, right, of people being good looking and stuff like that, then he must understand that there are also people who are not seen as good looking based on completely arbitrary nonsense that means nothing, right? It's actually fueled by media and therefore, you know, by proxy money and corporations. So what is he on about? I don't understand. Like, you know, there are people who are seen as aesthetically pleasing and people who are seen as not aesthetically pleasing. Yeah, there are sexy humans. Checkmate atheist. What does that mean? What does that even mean? Nonsense.
I mean, you know, I could just run on through so much here, but I just look at the facts. Flat earthers are about factual data. And like I say, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a mathematician. I don't know.
It's so funny how I keep saying the maths doesn't add up. I'm not a mathematician though. The facts and the data, I'm not a scientist. Yeah, like we know, bro.
Know that the earth is flat. I think it is through what I myself have experienced. And
it's like it's that thing, isn't it? It's like I think it is based on what I know. But I'm not a scientist. And it's like, no, there are people who paid money and like over years and years of research, understand that. By the way, all this complaining about what this guy's saying is completely redundant because, as we know, he's actually changed his opinion. Since then. By the way, if anyone's popped in and just saw like, oh, Muel's talking about a flat earther, that's actually not what's going on. I've hoodwinked the lot of you. You're all sheeple. That's what's going on here. Because what's actually happening is we're not just looking at a flat earther today here, folks. We're looking at a flat earther who has realized it was bollocks. And so we're getting to the end of this video, right? We're getting to the end of this video and you'll see what's coming next. You'll see what's coming. He's an inflated flat earther. That's right. Yes, Carpe Pax gets it correct.
And through, videos on YouTube, you know.
It's all redundant.
Lots of good videos.
We've all been having a rant at this guy and it's all completely redundant. Like, he knows that we're right.
Astrology, astronomy, and, well, no, they're two completely different things, but astronomy, and just believe these pictures of Jupiter that they're showing me, and come on. I mean, look at these pictures, guys. They are cartoon images, and any amateur telescope that looks through that sky at these planets and stars, they all look the same. They're just balls of energy.
No, they don't, bro. No, they don't. If you have a quote-unquote amateur telescope, yeah, my mum's fucking got one, right? And it's really cool. It's really fucking cool. If you see Jupiter, if you look at Jupiter, actually Jupiter, when Jupiter is visible, which is very fucking rare, right? It looks exactly how it looks in all the pictures. That's what it looks like. Like, if you look at an even closer planet, like Mars or something, that's like a phenomenal, life-changing moment. it's like really humbling, and it makes you so, you know, like you realize your place in the universe and how insignificant you are. And it's like, what's going on? But this guy's like, oh yeah, they all just look like whatever. Like, what is he looking at? Is he looking through like something that you get in like a magazine, like a free, like, is he on about like a monocle? What do they call it? A monoscope? Not a monoscope, but it is a telescope. But he's like what a pirate uses to see things on the horizon or something. Is that what he's on about? Yeah, he means the 12x smartphone zoom lens he bought on Amazon. That's what it is, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway, right, let's crack on.
Just
again, this is all redundant.
Changing colour, and it's absolutely amazing. And obviously NASA will say, oh, it's because these
spyglass
stars are so far away and planets are so far away that the time the light gets to touch your telescope, that it's doing this and that, and you know, you're just seeing the light waves.
That's never happened. No one's ever said that. NASA of all people, NASA of all, you know, publicly owned, you know, government bodies, right? Of all they wouldn't say that. Like, it's just what not. They would not say, if you're looking through an actual telescope that works and it's fine, right? Then you will be able, you know, you will be able to see it. They're not going to say like, oh, it's just how the light waves work. Like, that's how eyes work. We see light waves. That's probably why sometimes when you have like a stress migraine, your fucking vision gets all fucked, isn't it? Because it's like your brain just can't process it properly. Like a stress migraine, like what I'm getting from watching this motherfucker. Anyway.
And bollocks. Like, bollocks. You cannot... Your eyes cannot lie to you like that. Like, oh, the light, oh, the sun's 93 billion or million miles away. Is it really? Like...
So, I mean, you don't even know, do you, bro? You don't even actually know 3 billion or million. You don't even know what the, like, official figure is.
Do you think we'd get such hot summers and cold winters if something was heating us up from that far away? And...
Is anyone here... I know this is redundant. I know this is completely redundant that we're having a go at this guy and he, you know, he's changed his ways and stuff. But have you ever heard the They Might Be Giants tune? The Sun. It's called Why Does the Sun Shine, right? And you can just, if you don't want to listen to like a, I don't know, if you don't want to listen to like a whatever, if you don't want to watch like, you know, boring thing learning about the sun or whatever, what you can do is you can listen to They Might Be Giants that do a song called Why Does the Sun Shine, right? And it tells you all about the sun and why it shines. And here it is.
The sun is a mass of incandescent gas, a gigantic nuclear furnace.
Wait, let me find a lyrics video. Let me find the one with the lyrics, because then you'll know. Is it there? They Might Be Giants. Why Does the Sun Shine? Lyrics. Right, there we go. There's no lyrics video on YouTube. I'm just going to copy and paste this onto YouTube. Right. Okay. Right, here we go. Right. It's just a fun little song.
The sun is a mass of incandescent gas, a gigantic nuclear furnace, where hydrogen is built into helium at a
temperature of millions of degrees.
Yo ho, it's hot. The sun is not a place where we could live, but here on Earth there'd be no life without the light it gives. We need its light, we need its heat, we need its energy. Without the sun, without a doubt,
there'd be no you and me. And so what you could do is you could just have like a nice little listen to that song, and you can learn about why the sun is so far away, and how it still manages to heat us up, because as it says there, it's a gigantic nuclear furnace where hydrogen is built into helium at a temperature of millions of degrees. Like, you know, when you go to Spain and you can't go outside because it's so fucking hot, it's like 42 degrees in the sun at dinner time, right? Imagine that heat times by 10, and that isn't even 1% of how hot the sun is. So that's how that works. Anyway, so let's crack on.
We're told the angle of our spin is what causes the seasons. No, come on, guys. Like, do you really think like something's 93 million miles away up here, and like the sun is just this? Well,
just keeps changing how far away the sun is. 93 million miles away. It's 3 million miles away. It's 3 billion miles away. Doesn't even know.
The Earth is this tiny, tiny, tiny little dot. And we angle like a little bit more that way, and that
So what causes the seasons then? I'll answer that for you. This guy, at this point in his life, probably would have said God. Because that's obviously what's going on here, isn't it?
It's like literally differences on temperature on the Earth from -40 to +40, like...
Okay, Zanixie, no worries.
There's just so many things.
Hey, Kid Trunks, how's it going?
Think about it. They are so ridiculous that it just does not make sense. And people will say, oh, it's because you're not intelligent enough to understand. Nobody is intelligent enough to understand that.
That's not true, though, is it? That's not true. In reality, the fact was, at this point in your life, you were actually not intelligent enough to understand. It's a Trumpism. Yeah, it's literally a Trumpism.
It's all theory. It doesn't matter how...
It is sad, isn't it? It is sad.
Hello, me old chum.
Thanks for the follow. This is so funny. People have a go at you, don't they? And they say, oh, you're not intelligent enough to understand. Well, nobody understands it, actually.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, and in the end, he could understand, couldn't he?
That it just does not make sense. And people will say, oh, it's because you're not intelligent enough to understand. Nobody is intelligent enough to understand that. It's all theory. It doesn't matter how far these stars are away.
And they don't understand the meaning of the word theory either. Like, a scientific theory is not just when you say, oh, theoretically, I could punch a wall and I would smash through it. It's not like something you've just made up on the spot with no evidence or experiments that, define the theory. Like a scientific theory that's sort of, it's something that's agreed upon by the scientific community as a whole, as an entire whole. It's not just like where you theorize that God might be real. That's not what that is. That's not what theory means. Yeah, a theory is widely regarded as a fact by scientists. Yeah, it's next to like scientific law. Like scientific law is something that experiments cannot like disprove, right? Like you cannot disprove gravity. Under every single kind of experiment, gravity exists. So that's like why there's like a law of gravity, right? But yeah, a theory is a law that doesn't have the maths to prove it. Literally, right? Exactly. So it's just, it's so fucking funny, isn't it? Yeah, it has to have like proven predictive power, like all this kind of stuff. So, it's so fucking funny when people say that, like, oh, it's just a theory. It's like, no, that's not what that means. It's not like MatPat. Like, I think that MatPat has really done the scientific community a disservice in sort of saying, that's just a theory, a game theory. Because now everyone thinks that theories are just like Super Mario is a communist. That's what they think. And that's not what a theory is. Definitely not in the scientific term, scientific language. Anyway.
If you halve the distances, the math is just still exactly the same.
Theories are just things I think.
The North Star just hovers above the North Pole. Like, if we are in this, like, expanding,
that's right, he is
tumbling world and universe, and it would be so random, but we see the same stars.
He is actually a communist, though. That's true,
thing,
yeah.
Time after time after time, rotating around us.
The inverse cube law is the thing. Right, so that's his video there. Right, so that's his video there on the flat Earth. let's go back to his channel. Have you seen how I found this as well? How I found his channel? What I did was I typed in "I was wrong, flat Earth is fake," and his channel was the first one. His channel was the first one. Now there's some there's a lot of stuff going on in this on this channel, right? Look at all this stuff. Look at all these titles. It's so funny. So this one here, he's like, is the Earth flat? Pictures of the Earth say otherwise. Is the Earth flat? Pictures from space say otherwise. Part 2. 100% proof the Earth is not flat. And he's like put it in quotation marks and stuff like that, right? And flat Earth experiment proving we live on a plane. In quotation marks, I was wrong, it's not flat. So he's gone back and he's here and he's like, top proof that I was an idiot and ego takes over from evidence. So these are clearly ones that he's like gone back and renamed. He's edited these titles to say that he's wrong. That's what's happened. Yes. That's what's going on here. If anyone's confused as to like why this guy is like, so this one here, it's like 40 minutes long. It's got 45,000 views. So I feel like he was like, yeah, I have to rename this one because it's one of my most popular ones. Top proof that I was an idiot and ego takes over from evidence. So like, this is like a 14-minute long video. I don't know what it is or anything. So he's got this. He's got this. I no longer believe in flat Earth. Please check out my newer content. 36 replies. What else we got? There's just people dunking on him that's like really schneid, to be honest. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of schneid. Mad respect for you for leaving this up. Yeah, I agree. You are the essence of an intelligent and open-minded individual because you broke down your own barriers no matter how much you went against what your beliefs were. Absolute and utter respect. Kudos to you. Kudos to you. So many people who refuse to let go of their own biases. There's some wholesome stuff. There's some wholesome stuff in this comments section. I don't know what this video is going to be about. Let's check it out real quick.
Hello, lovely people. Welcome to Seek Truth and Speak Truth. I've got a little visualization experiment here for you.
Oh, this is going to be great.
With a little show. I've been away for a little while, furthering my truth-seeking, thinking deeply, and I've got some more things I'd like to say.
What he meant by that at this time in his life was that he was staying up late at his mate's house doing ketamine in kitchens. That's what he means.
So east is in this direction here.
Yeah.
That's where the sun rises.
I mean, what you do. First of all, what you're doing is you're relying on a paving slab that you've supposedly placed in your back garden on your own, right? And you might have got it wrong.
Every day.
So that's already pretty bad science.
Half circle. Now facing west.
Right, again, might be wrong.
The sun rose about 9 hours ago.
Yeah.
And it's going to set in the west.
Right.
We're on about a 12-12 split at the moment.
Right.
So in those 9 hours, the sun is basically behind there. You see the flare.
That's what he's actually doing it. I did not think that would be real. I was thinking like, no way is he just going to be like, based on this compass that I've put in my back garden, you can tell that the Earth's not flat because it's pointing to the wrong direction of the sun. I didn't think that was actually what it was going to be, but it is that, isn't it? That's actually what's happening.
There's somewhere illuminating the clouds behind it because it's local. If I go over here, it's just darkness.
Yes.
Number one, if the sun was that far away, all of these clouds would be lit like that.
What do you mean? Bro, what do you fucking mean? What does that even mean?
They would. The sun's local.
Okay, anyway, listen, this is really arbitrary and redundant. So let's go to his was incredible. Let's go to his. That's got 45,000 views. It's good that he's like renamed it and said this is ridiculous. So he's like renamed all of his different. He's renamed all of his videos. Like, so he's got like here. It's so funny how all this is highlighting his misunderstanding of basic science concepts. I know, it's so funny, isn't it? So it's like. So now he's got like, I was wrong, the earth is not flat. So I wonder if this is the actual one. I wonder if this is the actual video where he realizes that that it was flat. I wonder if this is the actual one because this is the last one where he's like edited the title where he's like, it's flat, guys, it's flat. Actually, it's not. I was mistaken at the time of making this video. Right, so we're not going to watch that one. Let's see what he says here. Let's see his redemption arc. This is what this new guy is all about. Let's get right into this. Little bit concerned by this like banner that he has on the right.
Hello there.
Virus 95, Dusseldorf. Does anyone want to be an investigator, an investigative journalist, real quick and find out what that means or is associated with? That would be very much appreciated. But anyway, let's see what he's got to say.
And welcome to Seek Truth and Speak Truth. Some of you may have seen, or some of you may not, a channel called Baldy Cats did a debunking video on me, and he debunked me. I was wrong. I was down the wrong path.
This takes fucking guts. This takes fucking guts. If he's actually being serious and it's not just like a whatever or anything like this, this takes fucking guts. It's just a football club, right? Okay, because I was worried that it was some kind of like COVID thing. I think he is a COVID denier still. But anyway, let's crack on.
I'm at an AA meeting here. I'm wrong. The earth isn't...
So that's interesting. He said he feels like he's at an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting here, because at an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting, what you do is you admit that you've got a problem, and you talk about that with a group of people, and you probably talk about like traumatic events that have led you down that path and stuff like that. And so, yeah, like a pretty astute observation as well.
And I'll try and explain why. But also, I'm going to be doing a sort of stream with Baldy Cats. So he's going to sort of explain some things, questions I still have unanswered.
He's going on an apology tour, that's right.
Certain that we live on a sphere.
95 is because it's founded in 1895. Okay, thank you, Magos.
I don't know. NASA, space, all of this sort of stuff. The pictures of Earth, I still don't believe. They are CGI, stitched together photos or images. But some of the older photos, they may be right. I don't know. But,
I mean, that's all it takes, isn't it? Like, so Huskadoo actually said this, and because of my ADHD nonsense today, I kind of forgot this in the chat right there. But I want to point out what Husker said earlier. He said, bear with me here, but my perception is that a majority of flat earth people are dudes. And I wonder to what extent toxic masculinity ties into the inability to reconcile the fact that you are cosmically insignificant and not some hero. And I think that that's also a very... So tied in with what Nikki said earlier about, people not wanting to believe that there are actual conspiracies out there that can and do harm you. And so they create things that actually don't, that aren't real, so that it's like, oh, well, this can't harm me, so it's fine. Even though they sort of say that it is harming you in a way. Shit like that. And that makes a lot of sense with like COVID deniers as well, doesn't it? Because you would want to deny that there is this like horrible disease that like not only could kill you, but will leave you, completely ravaged. Your neurons will be fucking fried by this shit and all this stuff. So that really kind of makes sense. Couple that with the toxic masculinity thing, and I think that you're both onto some really good points there, to be honest. So yeah.
One thing that stood out to me during Baldy Cat's debunking was when we mentioned the moon phases, or he debunked what I had said about it that proved that we lived on a flat Earth. On my channel, I think the video is called "It's Flat, Guys, It's Flat." I genuinely, 100% believed in it. I wouldn't have sat there and made, I don't know, about 18, 19 videos creating content.
Oh, so he's deleted a few of them then. So we know that he's actually deleted a few of them. Maybe they had things like anti-Semitic conspiracy theories attached to them or something like that, and he was like a bit more ashamed of those ones. So I don't know. Let's wait and see.
It was a true belief of mine, and I basically, I don't want to use this word, but I got fooled.
At least he's filming in landscape now. I don't want to use this word, but I got fooled.
And I know that 99% of people that believe in flat Earth are not fools. You're not unintelligent. It's just a case of misinformed, maybe.
This actually is so much better than I thought it would be, right? Because he makes a really good point there, doesn't he? It's what I've been saying over this last, bit of the stream and stuff. It's like, I don't think people who believe in conspiracy theories are, they're like less intelligent or whatever. They're it's not like that, right? There's sort of like a when we talk about intelligence in that way, it kind of makes it's kind of ableist, right? It's like, oh well, some people are just like completely incapable of learning a certain amount of stuff. And that's not true, is it? Because even people with learning disabilities, like, not just stuff like ADHD or whatever, but like extremely, difficult learning disabilities, right? They can learn stuff, right? They can know a lot of stuff. Like, it's not like it's completely different sort of, way of thinking in terms of like how someone's intelligent and stuff. People have different ways of learning stuff, don't they? Is basically what I'm trying to say here. The myth of intelligence is right. Exactly. It's not that you can't learn; you just need to learn in different ways. That's exactly it. And so, like for example, like I've got horrific dyscalculia. This is something that we figured out on the stream last week. But I managed to pass maths. Like, I passed maths because I just had to learn it in my own way. Like, I understand fractions. I just find them really fucking difficult. Right? So it's one of those. Just because you don't know things doesn't mean you're unintelligent. Well, the thing is, that's what it is, isn't it? It's like we have like the vernacular understanding of like, when someone is like not smart or like they're not intelligent and stuff like that. But basically what we mean when we say these things is that they're ignorant or that they're misinformed and they're not actually, in complete understanding of the facts. They've not comprehended the facts, right? So that's what we mean when we say these things. And that's why things like IQ are bad. Do you know what I mean? Like, actually, like, terrible idea that there is some kind of, I don't know, measurement in which you can say that someone is, like, intelligent or something. Do you know what I mean? Like, because it's just not good. It's just, that fails people. That's how people get failed by the education system, as Zenixi is saying in the chat. Maga says, I liked mathematics. I can't do mental calculations very well, which is in no way connected to being good at mathematics. Right, exactly, yeah. For every weird and silly and stupid worldview there is and has been, always keep in mind that the same people who believe in them are by and large just the same as you and me. They aren't any more stupid for believing in stupid things. They just got unlucky with how facts and reality was presented to them, which misled them into their beliefs. Yes, exactly. So really, really cool sort of, eye-opening moment for this guy. Proving actually that he is smart, isn't it? Right?
I was creating my content in full knowledge at the time that
creating
I was
his content, he said,
and seeking truth, and I want to continue to do so. I'm going to continue with the channel. I'm going to keep up my old videos, so people may be able to see the process, the journey that I went through. And understanding how just one interaction with this guy, Baldy Cats, basically made me think critically and look at the other side. I used to say, water can't stick to a spinning ball. Show me an experiment where water can you can make water curve. These are loaded questions, really, because of course nobody is going to be able to outcompete the Earth and make water bend around a ball. It's impossible. We would have to. It's an impossible experiment, and that's how people like me are easily drawn in.
Right.
Gas pressure without a container. Logically, it makes sense that, oh my God, yeah, that you're correct. There must be a dome above us. There must be something holding this air in. But
by the way, in line with my point about ways to reconcile with cosmic insignificance, would never recommend people do mushrooms because those are illegal, and I love all the laws. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, good point. It is the dumbest debunk. Yeah, it's so ridiculous. I feel bad about getting so cross. Okay, no. So what I would say, Thomuel, is that, like, you can't feel bad for getting mad at this guy and what he said previously. You can't, because he will have led people down a path that is like, maybe it's led them to QAnon or something like that. And I think this guy quite clearly, like, regrets that. So I don't want to say that, like, your anger is justified or your madness is justified and stuff like that, because I think we do need to start looking at things, especially as leftists, if we're all left-leaning people here at least. We need to start coming at things from a place of love and compassion, don't we? And it is fun to take the piss. Hopefully, Seeks Truth, Speaks Truth is not actually in my chat right now or watching my stream or finds the VOD channel and he goes, oh, fucking hell, look at these guys taking the piss and shit like that. Hope that he understands that, we're watching him go on this journey and we respect him for this. But we certainly need to get the, look, at the end of the day, it's okay to have a laugh at someone's expense, as long as that doesn't actually, like, turn into something horrible where people end up going and bullying this person or harassing them or something like that. That's where it turns into badness, right? I think that we have to really understand, like, hurt versus harm, right? So, what harm would I be doing in having a look at this guy's flat earth content and having a laugh at it and saying how stupid it is? Okay, well, the guy might get his feelings hurt. He might do, mightn't he? But what's the harm? Like, especially if we're moving on and we're saying, well, look at this guy, he actually got better. What harm are we doing by recognizing that and respecting it? I don't think there's any harm being done there, is there? Unless my community was then weaponized in some fashion against him. And obviously, if I find any of yous doing any of that on any YouTube channel or Twitch stream or anything like that, and I lurk in a lot of Twitch streams, and I'm subscribed to a lot of YouTube channels, and I look at a lot of YouTube comments and Twitter as well. I'm all over fucking Twitter. You're banned for life, right? So, and I think everybody here understands that, and that's, the difference between this community and some other communities online. We can look at the darkness, we can laugh at it, but do not interact with it. Do not interact with the evil. It's like a Ouija board. Like what we're doing in the stream, we are literally like doing a Ouija board of like a seance of like weird guys. And you can look at them and you can experience them and you can laugh at them, but don't actually like touch the evil. Like don't get in there because that's, it's not good. It's not a good time. Anyway, let's see what else he's saying.
It is a complete and utter lacking in understanding of science, and I will admit that now.
Oh, hang on. I just want to say, talk about what Catboy Franz Kafka said. I have dyspraxia and I was fucked at PE, but I've been going to the gym and doing actual exercise for the first time since I was 16. And it's like, yeah, man, you can be good at stuff when you're not being taught it shittily. Literally. Exactly. Yes. Very important. Don't tap the glass. Overzealous enthusiast says hello, welcome in. The don't dog pile doesn't come with a wink, right? It doesn't. As Olivia B. Posting says, do not tap the glass. I don't know who Olivia B. Posting is, but yeah, don't tap the glass.
It's easy to go with your gut instincts, and what a lot of people say, and I did myself, is follow your senses. Do you feel like you're moving? But science can explain all of this, but we just overlook it. We don't even look into it, or if we do, we unfortunately
I agree,
don't understand it. But I am going to further my seeking truth, like I say, and hopefully people will still stay subscribed to me. I'll obviously completely understand if you don't. But this is my truth, and like I say, I'm going to carry on talking about it. I want to apologise to. I'd imagine he subscribes to me, but he's a ball earther. A guy called Roy Van 7. He's always commenting on my stuff and showing me proofs and talking, and I just never really looked into it. I was blinkered. My mind was clouded. I basically wanted the Earth to be flat. I wanted to be different.
That's an important observation that he's made as well.
And I think that's how we slip. It is a conspiracy. Curvature has been measured. Just one simple snap out of it moment of just Google, has the Earth been measured?
Just Google it. He like is so funny. Like, fair play to him. Like, this is just like really like, this is going to be like a difficult kind of thing to be able to say, but like, listen, I should have just Googled it. He's right, you know?
And it has on multiple
It is a good attitude, it is.
The words curvature has never been measured gets uttered millions of times a day on Facebook alone. And people don't even look into it. We don't even look into it. Like I say, I will never badmouth a flat earther or use the word flatard, because I was one. But I honestly think we need to continue on this journey. Anyone that believes in flat earth is an interesting person. They obviously like thinking in different ways and looking into things, but unfortunately you are looking in the wrong places, as I was.
You know, I think the conversation that we were having about like what sort of how you get taught things, I think that this is like a really sort of important conversation to have with regards to people who end up believing in conspiracy theories like this. Because if you've been failed by the school system in whatever country you live in, if whatever kind of, whether it, and I think this like this crosses class boundaries as well. Like, even if you're middle class and you've been to like a posh school, like a private school or whatever, you've actually like, you will have been taught wrong there as well, in a wrong way. You might have had like a better education per se, in terms of like, maybe teachers got to spend more time with you and stuff. But then at the same time, you've also, there will have been like boundaries for you in learning in terms of your, your neurodivergency or whatever, isn't it? And maybe a lot of people have been failed by the education, whatever, class they're in, has actually sort of like, come out and gone like, oh, well, school was shit. They all taught rubbish, didn't they? Like, we're all literally in the chat now being like, PE teachers, nonsense. And like, maybe we could have ended up being conspiracy theorists saying like PE is a government cover-up to actually like pretend that, cows are real or something like that, nonsense. And that's, I think that's a pretty good way to sort of understand why people end up being conspiracy theorists like this.
Science isn't bad. They're not all in on it. I think it comes down to a little bit of jealousy, even on my part. Maybe if my circumstances were different and I did follow a different path, I could well be teaching high-end astrophysics. I don't know, but I don't know enough to really be sitting here and trying to show you, say, scientific experiments like I did previously, trying to prove that the moon was illuminating itself by showing a football, and people obviously brought up the fact that obviously if the moon is made of rock and dirt and you're using a plastic football as a comparison, that's not science.
It's not, you're right.
And I kind of get that now. And we are swayed into thinking and believing these people. And I apologise if I've been one of those. I am doing a
yeah, Lorcan just like, what? Like apparently he was like trying to prove that the moon self-illuminates by using a football. He did like an experiment with a football.
Turnaround. If 1,000 people tell you you're wrong and 20 people tell you you're right, you're probably wrong. Scientists love proving things, and if the Earth was flat, it would be proven that it was flat.
Yeah, true.
They love investigating, and that's what I thought I was doing, but I wasn't. I was just going down a path. It made me feel
It is
good.
fascinating, isn't it?
I still believe in creation, not affiliation with any sort of religion as such, but I personally believe what we have right now in existence.
No, I don't know. I don't want to be all like, oh no. Like, yeah, listen. It's I don't want to push out religious people from my community. I don't want to do that. So I just want to apologize, but it's not a good sign. You have to admit it's not a good sign that he's saying he still believes in creation. That possibly leaves him open to like other kind of conspiracy theories as well. And that's not because I'm like having a go at faith or like whatever kind of stuff. It's just because it's like, well, the people who are in those circles sometimes can get a bit carried away with their own faith, and in sort of being a creationist, in being a someone who believes in like a creation theory or whatever. Like, no, it's not even a theory, is it? But like a creation myth. Then you are sort of opening yourself up. You're keeping yourself open to other stuff that's just not proven, are you? It's one of those things. But yeah.
An intelligence cannot be here.
Science denial is based in mistrust of government. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. That's a thing as well. Right?
Without creation. I think someone said...
yeah, that's right, Sir Goosebumps, yeah.
How can you explain how a PC got built without a creator of it? If you take away creation, how would these parts all form into a working...
It is very human, isn't it? Yeah.
Evolution, billions of years, maybe, I don't know. People say evolution hasn't been proven, and that is at the moment still what I believe, because I haven't looked into that again yet.
He's being honest. He's being like, well, I've not really looked into evolution, so I don't believe it. And that's fair enough. Like, if you just get told, like, that is literally what's happened to him, isn't it? He's been told, right, that God is real and the earth was created. But then also he's been told after he's heard that evolution is real. And so he's like, well, I've been told that already, so I'm going to hold off on that for a minute. But he's admitted it, hasn't he? So it's like, okay.
But has it been proven? I don't know.
Right, yeah, Magos, yeah.
So, yeah, like I say, I hope you still carry on watching. But I want to explain how I realised that the moon is not local. And it was in Baldy Katz's video that he did, debunking mine.
Baldy Katz, yeah, can't get over that name. Someone else said it earlier. I say,
just open your minds again and at least just look at the other side and don't look at it from, all of them lot are indoctrinated, they're all in on it, everything's a conspiracy. Just look at it with a critical mind, and just think logically, which I was always asking you guys to do before, and I wasn't thinking logically. But, right, I'm going to get out a ball again, I'm sorry. Specular highlight, woo! Right, so say this is the moon. One side's lit up, the sun, one side isn't. Imagine this is the flat plane. Australia one side, Argentina the other. And I thought, when I was seeing photos...
Brilliant. He's got like props and everything. Love this.
...that this proved a flat Earth. Because you would think, obviously, local, you know, if both of those places can see the moon at the same time, it has to be flat. And that's just what my mind instantly thought. But what, obviously, Baldy Cat's brought up was, say, you know, if one person is this side of the moon and one person is that side of the moon, we would see the moon differently if it was so local.
It's so basic. And his face is like... His face, he's really like crestfallen, I think. I think he's really crestfallen. This is really big of him, you know? This is really big of him.
You know, the angle, one side would see a full moon, one side would basically see the dark side of the moon, or have, you know, no moon. If you were opposite those two, you'd see a half moon. So everywhere on Earth, you'd always see a different phase of the moon. But obviously, put the moon much further away, and then suddenly the angle doesn't really matter anymore.
Sorry.
And we do all see basically the same angle of the moon if you can see the moon at that time on Earth. So that basically flat out proves that the moon is not local. It would definitely have to be, you know, much further away than what most of Flat Earth claims.
So...
and to me,
I think the rest of the video is just him like telling his followers like that flat Earth is not real and trying to explain to them why it's not real and stuff. So let's scroll right down here as well, and let's see what else we've got in terms of information. So, you know, he's talking about a bunch of stuff. I was so wrong, the Earth definitely isn't flat. So he's turned into like an ex-flat earther, like and he's there saying you're being manipulated by con men. Earth is a globe, flat Earth is nothing more than a sick joke. So he's going really hard. He's going really hard now on the anti-flat Earth stuff. So that's really interesting. Here's one from Christmas. Ex-flat earther shares some pearls of wisdom. You know, stuff like that. Time to move on. Keep it global. Yes, I am paid to lie about the shape of our Earth. I am a shill. So this is he's gone even further and gone into like a you know, he's now doing like parodies. He's now doing satire about people who are saying clearly in his comments calling him a shill, that he's getting paid by big globe Earth, by big flat Earth, to lie and about it and stuff like that, you know, all that stuff. So that's pretty fucking interesting. He's going really hard on the anti-flat Earth content. So it's funny because he said he made like 18, 19 videos about flat Earth, and he's made so many more about anti-flat Earth, and he's been doing this for fucking ages. So he's doing this. Now I want to find the video where I saw this. But I'm pretty fucking sure that there was a video that he made about COVID, and I just want to like, you know, I just want to take a look at that. Why would you assume this about me? I assume that you doubt the official version of the events of 9/11. Okay, here we go. Religion and the fear of death. Oh my god, this arc is incredible. This arc is absolutely incredible. So hang on. So, alright, so we know we've got a couple of videos here to look through. Why would you assume this about me? He's talking about like maybe 9/11 here. And then we've got religion and the fear of death. So maybe he's become an atheist after this. This is an incredible arc. Wow. An interview with my ex. I don't know what that's about. That's weird. Let's have a little look here. The Dane Baldy Cats gave me my brain back. So he's just really went hard on it, didn't he? So then we've got another one here. Boat trails are destroying our water supply. Wake up, sheeple. So I don't know if he's taking the piss there. Let's chat about COVID-19. Right, I wanted to watch this one. Because this will be interesting. Yeah, the sheeple thing is a red flag. Yeah, but it could be, you know, it could be something else, right? It could be something else. I assume he's making a joke about chemtrails. That's what I'm thinking. But let's see what he says about COVID-19. Let's go straight into this. Content warning, obviously, for COVID denial. We don't know what he's gonna think about COVID-19, but let's have a look at what he says about it. He's got a...
Hello, you lovely people. Welcome to Seek Truth, Speak Truth, and I hope you're enjoying your day wherever you are on our beautiful spherical planet. Something a little bit different today. Not Flat Earth related at all. Although I am about to mention a Flat Earther's name. Nathan Thompson. I saw this post. Not Flat Earth related. But if you don't wear a mask and some kid comes up to you and asks why you aren't, just get to their level, look them dead in the eyes and with a smile and say, "'Cause I'm not indoctrinated." They'll ask what that means and you say to them, "Just ask your parents, hun."
Oh my God. I just this is the thing, right? I remember, I don't know if anyone remembers this, right? Right? But yeah, prove your superiority to these children. Kids don't do that, by the way. Kids don't go up to like fully grown adult strangers in the street and go, "Why are you not wearing a mask, mate?" Like, it doesn't happen. Like, it doesn't fucking happen. But anyway, like, I remember like this level, like when the lockdowns and masks and stuff like that were first the thing. And I remember this level of like Facebook COVID denial shit, right? And people were saying like stuff like this all the time. They were saying, yeah, well, you know, I'm not indoctrinated. I'm not a sheep, am I? And all this. And it's like, well, what does that mean? And they didn't know what it meant yet because they hadn't like solidified the conspiracy theory lying about it. So they had no idea what to actually say. If someone came up to them and said, "Why are you not wearing a mask?" So they couldn't say something like, "Oh, well, it's the Jewish cabal who are trying to like let the floodgates open in the country and make everyone gay and trans." You know, like they didn't know what that was at that point. So it's just nonsense, and it was just post after post after post of idiots like this on Facebook. And so let's see what he's gonna say. Let's see what he's gonna say about this. Hey Kumatori, how's it going?
Hello. Nice. This is why we still have problems, why we're still in lockdowns across the world, is ridiculous people like this.
Yes!
Anti-maskers are actually
yes
making it worse for everybody. If you was to actually just comply like a normal, decent human being, this stuff would be over.
Let's fucking go.
Quicker.
Let's fucking go.
You are causing these problems.
I love this guy.
Idiot this woman is pathetic. I do not agree with anything like that. That is absolutely disgusting behaviour. To kneel down to a child and say, "Go and ask your mummy." You know what?
We can commie pill this guy in a day, folks. If we get this guy on like Red Planet or something and speak to him about like, yeah, he swallowed his pride and began a life of fact checking. Like, what a fucking completely based individual. Like, if we got him on Red Planet to talk about like conspiracy theory and like moving away from that kind of stuff, and like, you know, you could commie pill him in an instant, in an absolute instant. because I think that that's one of the biggest things. Because I don't know if anyone knows about my past with conspiracy theories, but I really believed in conspiracy theories up until I was about 23, 24, right? 23 or 24 years old. And I think one of the biggest things that I was pissed off about when I came out of being the conspiracy theory kind of guy was that I'd been lied to. And I did make it a big thing to actually like say, you know, oi, don't fucking... It was actually, I don't know if anyone's ever seen this person in chat, but Puppercore, who's in the stream sometimes, actually was one of the people who said to me, because I was like 23 years old, and I think I shared like an anti-vax post or something like that. Yes, that's right, me, an anti-vaxxer, for a minute. It was like the first time I'd ever seen like an anti-vax thing, and I was like, yeah, that sounds about right, because I'm a conspiracy theorist, and I shared it, and Puppercore, or it might not have been Puppercore, it might have been one of Puppercore's mates, or Puppercore and another of their mates said, yo, bro, you are actually killing children if you spread this stuff around. And that kind of made me go, oh. And that kind of like pulled me out of the whole conspiracy theory thing. I was like, oh my God. You know, so that was, you know, a good moment. But the thing that fucked with me the most when I kind of spoke to those dudes and figured out what was going on, I was like, oh yeah, you know, and these are the people as well who like told me that Joe Rogan was a piece of shit as well, and like Joe Rogan is just like talking nonsense and he shouldn't believe a fucking word he says and all this, and I was like, oh yeah, good point. Yeah, so I kind of was sat there thinking, yeah, I've been lied to, and I don't like being lied to. Like, that was the whole thing. That was the whole thing that got me into conspiracy theories in the first place. I was like, I've been lied to by teachers, the world, science, and all that. Do you know what I mean? And this, that, and the other. And it's whatever, right? It's whatever. So, you know. Anyway, I can't remember where I was going with that. Genuinely inspiring to see people step away from harmful views. This is, right, because this is the thing. It sets you on a path of like, oh my God, I've been lied to, and then you really try and find the actual truth, which is clearly what this guy's tried to do. And what he's done in sort of going down this path as well, is he's actually like probably de-radicalized a bunch of people who carried on following him after he realized he was not right about flat Earth. And that's great. Red Planet about conspiracy deprogramming featuring this guy. Yeah, it could be good, right? I remember my mum always took the piss out of anti-abortionists because one of them holding a sign of an aborted fetus made me ask her what an abortion was when I was 5, and she never lived that down. She hated that shit so much, she would have had a field day with anti-vaxxers. Oh, wow. Wow, fucking hell. So there you go. Right.
You just saw.
Let's crack on.
What this is about today is COVID. We're about to, obviously, in the UK, enter another 4-week lockdown, which I'm all for. Anything to keep, you know, everything at bay, which it is all about, you know, not overloading the healthcare systems, etc. I'm nowhere near a COVID denier. Of course not. I know it's real.
Right. I want to... okay, I was thinking, like, there's something in the chat that I want to push back on, and I couldn't remember what it was, but it's what Magos has said up here. Magos has said, vaccinating the global south would have done much more than people in wealthy countries practicing social distancing. Right. So, what I want to ask you there about that statement specifically, because I agree, vaccines shouldn't have been kept from people in the imperial periphery. I think that that's fucked. But then, so do you then believe, actually, that the reason for COVID being as out of control as it is in our countries, as it is now, which it is, by the way, in the imperial core, like, we have millions of cases of COVID, like thousands of cases, thousands of new cases every day, hospitals are overworked, and the majority of people in the world in imperial core countries are vaccinated. despite the amount of anti-vaxxers and stuff like that. So then do you believe that actually what right-wingers say is true, in that there are loads of people from the imperial periphery flooding our countries and giving everybody COVID? Is that what you believe? Because I think you'll find that that's bollocks, right? It's complete bollocks, right? It's, you know, social, like, vaccinating isn't like a magic plaster. I want to give everybody this solid so you can hear this. I was actually going to talk about this today because I got my issue of Organized today. You could get this if you go to the Anarchist Federation on Patreon, right? And I got a what do you call it? I got a little extra bit, right? I got an extra bit called The Commoner, right? And what this, you can see there, it's got a COVID-19 thing there about Glasgow's mutual aid. The Commoner is a small publication. It's a small zine from Glasgow. And this particular bit is, I'll put some tunes on while I talk about this real quick. But this particular publication, this zine, I think it's called, yeah, they did this in collaboration with Organize. And what they talk about is on vaccines, you can see there, masks and equal freedom, right? And one of the first things it says is, the anarchist position on getting vaccinated is simple. Reducing the spread of illness protects you and your community. Getting vaccinated reduces the pressure on hospital resources, and it helps slow the spread of the disease. This in turn stymies the mutation of the virus into potentially deadly new variants and helps keep those around you safe. The same logic applies to wearing masks. That's the first thing it says. Because it's true. It's actually true. Socially distancing and wearing masks would actually stop people who have the vaccine from catching COVID-19, and therefore COVID-19 mutating to become vaccine resistant, which actually makes things worse for everybody. And that's the situation that we're experiencing at the minute, thanks to everybody who is just not masking. And this is all a problem that is in imperial core, quote unquote, what you call wealthy countries. So that's that, really, isn't it? Nah, I just believe that letting diseases spread unhindered creates lots of new variants. Yes, which is exactly what's happening in the imperial core, isn't it? Despite the fact that we're all vaccinated. The majority of us in these countries are vaccinated. So, that's that. That's the end of that. The thing is what you have to ask yourself, yeah, if you are a left-leaning socialist by any regard, if you base your politics on love and compassion rather than like willful ignorance and hate and disdain for people with disabilities and stuff like that, right? Why don't you wear masks? Why don't you wear a mask when you're out? You know, we live in countries that are controlled by conservative governments, and they're the people that are saying to us that we don't need to wear masks anymore. So why do you believe them? Why are you fine with just not wearing a mask? That's what I want to ask you, genuinely. If you're not wearing a mask and you're not socially distant in imperial core countries, I'm asking you genuinely to come at me with a reason as to why you're not doing that. If your politics is based in, you know, love, compassion, etc. And, you know, I'm not attacking people here. I'm just asking you to think about it. I'm not being carceral. I'm not trying to cancel anyone. I'm not going to ban anyone from the community for not wearing a mask. But that's what you have to ask yourself, isn't it? Because all the science is there, and it says that if you wear a mask, you will reduce the chance of the virus mutating. Like, a vaccine is not like yeah, it stops you from getting seriously ill or dying as a result of catching COVID-19, but it doesn't stop it from spreading, and it doesn't stop the people who are unable to get the vaccine due to genuine disabilities or health issues, you know? They can't get the vaccine. It doesn't stop them from getting it, does it? You know? I still mask up. I gotta work. My mum has cancer and can't risk catching it or dying. And also London is gross. Exactly. Vaccine only might work if it was universal application. of a genuinely sterilizing vaccine, but leaky vaccines require extra precautions. Well, it'd be really good if people's attitude towards Cuba changed, wouldn't it? And then everybody could get Cuba's 99% efficacy vaccine, which targets all 5 known variants of COVID-19, wouldn't it? That'd be great, wouldn't it? Cuba, famously the socialist country. So, yeah, just something to consider there when we're talking about COVID-19 vaccines and what you think would work based on what is actually true. Anyway, let's crack on and see what this guy's saying.
I've learnt my lesson from last time. I'm not going to deny science. Look where that made me end up. I became a flat earther. So I'm not gonna...
And again, what he was saying before about like, oh, well, you know, I just didn't understand the facts and was misinformed. You know, I was taught this and I've not heard, I was taught this, but I've not done my research into this, so I'm not going to believe in this. That applies to COVID-19 as well, isn't it? Because lots of people with, you know, who are COVID deniers or mask deniers, right? They say things like, oh, well, you know, why would I believe a scientist? Is that, you know, you're just going to believe what these random scientists who are paid by the government tell you? And it's like, yes, I'll tell you why I'm going to believe these random scientists that are probably paid by the government about it. I'll tell you why I'm going to believe them, because I'm aware that I'm an idiot. The main difference between like people who've genuinely like gone through this thing where they realize that something they were believing in the past was complete bollocks, right? And then they understand that the you know,
Hello, me old chum.
thanks for the follow. You have to like, you know, move on from that. The main thing that they realize is they go, oh, actually, the reason that people believe in science and scientists is because scientists dedicate their entire life to this stuff, and I don't. And so, you know, as people who don't have time to dedicate their entire life to science, we should put our faith in scientists, actually. And then that saves us a lot of time. We don't have to go out there and do the research ourselves, which is because it's already been done for us. And then you are protected, and that's how things work. So there you go.
I'm fully aware it exists. I wear my mask in all the locations I should do. I'm not an anti-masker. But I have buts, shall we say. And I'm here to ask you guys your opinions to help me further my opinion on reasons such as, why do we do lockdown? I know obviously it's to stop the spread. Less contact with people is obviously going to stop the spread of the virus. What I struggle with my head, and it is a lot of people are, is obviously how low the death rates are, which is what the lockdowns are for. Of course, I get that, but I do struggle. You know, maybe it is I'm thinking about the month ahead I've got living here alone. I know I've got you guys, and that's what this is all about, is communicating. I'm asking you guys questions. You know, I understand hospitals can easily get overloaded. Years and years ago, my niece caught swine flu in the UK, and she actually nearly had to get flown to Sweden because they didn't have enough ventilators in the UK. There was not one spare to be able to put my niece
What's up with his undershirt? He's probably cold. He's got a thermal undershirt on. Hawaiian undershirt.
I think that was about 10 years ago. So I know that the hospitals could easily get overloaded, and we could get to that point where we're letting people die, you know, and I know that has had to happen in situations. If someone's got more of a chance of surviving on a ventilator, I have heard that they are having to obviously turn it off, you know, and then if someone's got more chance, it's about the chance of living, chance of survival. Like I say,
yeah, it's
I
making
do
you
not want this to come
uncomfortable.
across as like
Sorry.
Anti. What
I
is
don't know why I'm apologising. That's British, isn't it? I'm apologising for something another British person has done.
100%, you know, I comply with the lockdowns.
Oh my God, this is nuts. This is nuts. So I've not looked at this shit in a long time, right? But I think something that's important to remind people is that this is official government information, right? You can find this stuff out if you Google it in the UK. You can just have a look at this right here. Like, this is what's going on now, right? Of course, the deaths compared to January are a lot less, but we're currently seeing deaths with COVID-19 on the death certificate, 717 people weekly. You know, this shit hasn't gone away. And just because it's 717 versus, 1,000, right? It's actually not that fucking different, is it? When you think about it, number of deaths, 7-day average, 900, right? The weekly deaths this week is 717. It's actually not that different. It's actually not that fucking different. That's over 9/11 a month. Exactly. And this is just in the fucking UK, by the way. I've no idea. Did Johns Hopkins University still do this shit? I don't know. Do they still have a look at the... do they... Because I remember that I was looking at that shit like a freak. It's a slow burn disaster. It literally is. And the thing is that what you've got to remember is, if you were here in the stream yesterday, you'll remember the thread that we looked at from Turn, where Turn was talking about, the fact that there are people who are not dead from COVID-19, but they've had multiple infections, and as a result, their immunity is damaged. Whether this is a temporary thing or a permanent thing, we don't know, right? It's way worse in the US. I believe it's way worse in the US. I'm just wondering about the actual data. You know what I mean? So anyway, that too, and just thinking about, like, what was I talking about just then? What was I on about just then? Weekly cases is way higher in the UK than weekly deaths. And that's the thing that you've got to remember, right? So it's like, if we talk about... So if we're looking at deaths, right? And we look at cases, right? So how many cases are we on? The reinfections is the most worrying one. And in fact, this data is skewed as well, right? For the UK in particular. Because, so we're on Tuesday. That's why there's this huge reduction in number. If anyone's wondering what the minus 8,000 is. Oh, it's minus 8,000. That looks good, doesn't it? No, it doesn't, because we're only on Tuesday, right? So, if we're looking here, so we've got first episodes. What is this? This can't be. This is active cases in the UK at the moment. Is that what this number means? 18 million people. That can't be right. That can't be right, gang. That can't be fucking right. 18 million people got COVID right now. You're taking the piss. And that's people who've actually tested and reported it. That can't be right. A month? Is that what it is? A month? Is that going to change now? No. Is that what this means? Total cases to date. Total number of first episodes with specimen taken up to Wednesday night. Okay, so that's... Right. Okay, fucking hell. I was going to say, there's no way. Okay, so that's not what that is. Right, so how do you... Last 7 days. Okay, last 7 days. Obviously, that's a lot better, right? That's a lot fucking better. Okay, so number of new cases with specimen taken in the 7 days up to Saturday, 5th of November, 2022. That's 24,000. Right, 24,000. And that's the people who are testing. There are loads of people who are, like, getting sick at the minute, and they're saying things like, oh, yeah, it's just a really bad cold, or, oh, yeah, it's just a really bad flu, or, oh, it's just a bad cough, I've just got a dead chesty cough, and stuff like that, and they're not testing. You know what I mean? And I don't know what the number of reinfections would be, but, like, if the total number of reinfections that have been reported... And that we have to take that number with a pinch of salt and imagine it's like a lot higher. Not sure by how much. But you know, like it. I think it's good to know that most people got COVID and were like, I don't want that again, and it's sort of turned them into a bit of a sort of like, right, okay, I'm gonna socially distance a bit more now, right? But you know, 1 million people reinfected, so that's like 1 million people, and you know. That the percentages thing is really important as well. Almost the least is saying there 99% survival rate. That's still 7 million deaths. Right? Exactly. You know, if everybody in the UK got that disease, or not. No, I think that might be for America, isn't it? But if everyone in the UK, that would be like, I don't know, that'd be like 700,000 people dead. With the 99% survival rate thing, but it's the sort of like, well, you know, people are getting bad immunity now as a result of reinfection, and you know, COVID sucks. Second worst fever of my life. It took months to get my cardio capacity back. Never want to get it again. Same. It's really like people spontaneously forgot about it. But what it is that it's I don't think it's. Again, I talk about this a lot, and this is why I'm not looking to cancel people who don't wear masks. I'm not looking to, you know, have a carceral mindset regarding people who don't do this and stuff like that, because I don't think that gets anybody anywhere. It's just sort of like asking people to think about it. Just asking people to think about it. And I think that the reason why most people just, as you say, it appears that they spontaneously forgot about it, is because the government spontaneously removed COVID restrictions. And people are all ready to not think about it again. Because if you think about it, right, if we had 6 months of a solid lockdown, which never happened, by the way, even the 3 months of lockdown that we had was not solid, in the UK at least, because it was like, well, there were people flying into the fucking country, like airports were happening. I remember hearing people walking past my gaff with like fucking you know, thingies, what do you call it? And because no one was outside, it was such a like very obvious noise. What do you call it when you trundle along a luggage? Wheeled luggage, right? And you could hear it on the fucking pavement outside, and I'm like, that's someone getting on a train in the middle of lockdown. And they've got a wheeled luggage thing, right? And so they're getting on a train. They might be getting on a plane. And I heard that every day. Every fucking day. Is that a wheelie bag? Is that what that's called? Heard that every day. And I don't exactly live near like a major fucking, you know, train station or airport or anything. It's nuts. So, yeah, wheelie bag. A full lockdown of 3 months would have nipped this in the bud in the back of 2020. And it also, you know, I think if it was like, you know, 6 months and then also like, you know, release the vaccine IP so that people can get it in different countries and stuff and develop it for themselves and what have you, I think that would have been the ideal scenario. But of course, hindsight's 2020. And that phrase means so much more now that we're talking about COVID. Clothes Lorry, that's right, Rory, not Rory. Also, welcome to the stream. Hello. So yeah, Chloe's here with the chat with like the John Hopkins stuff. Let's have a look at this. So United States overview. So of all time, 1 million deaths. USA number 1. Am I right? So wow. Okay, here's an interesting one. Not many people went for the second dose in the US, which is really interesting. That's really fucking interesting. So let's have a look at the past week. So new deaths, 2,000. Record high was 23,000. Oh, the record high was 23,000 in January 2021. Now that's crazy that in January 2021, that was the record of deaths. And it's a little worrying, isn't it? Because it's like, well, I don't know. I think in the winter things get worse, don't they? Your whole family refused to get the second shot? That's fucked, Chloe, honestly. That's fucked. New cases every week, 250,000. That's nuts. At least someone is still counting. The site I like the most went down. That's the one that I looked at every day, Carpe Packs. I know the one that you're on about. You could change the graphs and all that and change it all differently, etc., etc. It's a huge average of deaths per week. It really is. Like 81% of people in the US have had one dose. And so that's good at least, isn't it? But it's just like, oh my God. Yo, hold up a second. What's going on here? Timeline comparisons, cases. So the cases were really low in like, what is that? 2020, April, and then it started getting up. And then, so wait, there's been a massive spike in Christmas last year. We can only really expect that to happen again, can't we? You know? Right when people started getting complacent was when the worst strain was spreading. What was the worst strain? Was that like COVID beta or I don't know. What was it? It was like, there was COVID-19 and then there was, someone in chat's going to say it in a minute. I know that we've got Omicron. Delta. Was it Delta? The Delta variant? That was the worst one? No, Omicron's the one that we've got now. I think it was Delta that was the... So is Omicron a killer? So Omicron... So this is to do with Omicron. And that's like this year. That was this year. That was in fucking January. You got the Omicron in June? Maybe that's what I got then. Because I remember thinking like, because in May, I got COVID in May. I remember thinking, I've got 2 vaccines. And I thought I was going to fucking die. Like, honestly, I was like, this is fucking nuts. The Beta O'Rourke variant. Yeah. I was thinking this is crazy. Like, it felt like I was getting, like, violently attacked by something. It was so bad. Lots of chest phlegm. Yeah. The chest phlegm was the worst, and then I just, like, couldn't fucking move. I, like, slept on the couch for 2 fucking weeks. It was so bad. I didn't enjoy Omicron. Yeah, I think I must have had Omicron because... that, you know, I had 2 vaccines at that point, and it fucked me up. Like, it fucked me up. I did as well, Carpe. Yeah, I had Banjo-Kazooie and Super Mario 64 because luckily the Switch had just released that. You know, if you've got the online subscription, you could just play like Nintendo 64 games, and I was like, yes, that was great. Second worst fever of your life. The worst was meningitis. Oh, damn. Yeah, so like almost as bad as meningitis. Not great. I got 2 Delta long haulers in my household. They're still messed up from it. Yeah, like that long COVID shit is not to be fucked with at all. Not to be fucked with. Fully had mildly delirious moments. Pretty scary when you live on your own. Yeah, I was the same. And I don't know about you. I don't know about any other Omicron sufferers. But I had... like, my mental health went out the window. Like, completely out the window. I was, like, losing it. I was literally fucking psycho mode. It was really bad. I nearly split up with my partner. It was really, really bad. Really bad. Yeah, not good. Not good shit. You know, I was like delusional. I was, like, saying, like, I'm not gonna, like... I was, like, saying, I'm not gonna hang out with you anymore if you've, you know... if you've gone on a train or something like that and all this, and I was like being really fucking, you know, nasty and stuff. It was just really bad. Really, really bad. Had to force myself to walk the dog, never moved so slow. Damn. Yeah, that fucking sucks. That sucks. But yeah, it really fucked my mental health. It really, really fucked my mental health. Like that one fucking, I guess it was like a weekend. I just lost my mind. And maybe it was just because of my mental health anyway, but like you say, Carpe, but yeah, I was really fucking bad. Anyway, so there's the COVID stun lock done with. Listen, I'm gonna let this guy chat, and then I'm gonna go to the toilet. Give yourself a little stretch or whatever, or anything like that. You know, move about, take your meds if you've forgotten and shit like that.
And I'd obviously...
If he says anything
everyone else
insane,
to,
let me know.
because it will just help this thing get over quicker. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really know how to... You know I might be literally like opening up a can of worms, and I do, you know, think like, you know, I don't want to stir a problem. I don't want people to think, oh my God, he's against what the guidelines are, etc. Which of course I'm not. I'm 100% behind what the scientists say, and I know that obviously the leaders as such are going by guidance, and these are people that do know what they're talking about. They've studied and they know the best way forward, or hopefully the best way forwards. But I do struggle, and a lot of people are. You can see how COVID has brought on a lot of flat earthers, I think. I've noticed on my Facebook that people, there's definitely a couple that used to laugh at me for being a flat earther, but now they're COVID deniers. And I'm trying to sort of hopefully explain to them what they're doing, you know, and that what you are doing is just causing our problems. But it's made a lot of conspiracy nuts, more so than flat earth. And obviously I think it's more dangerous physically. You know, more people are going to die because of COVID denial than belief in a flat earth. I know it affects lives, but obviously, as far as I'm aware, it hasn't ended lives, but COVID denial will. I don't know, it's a crazy one. Let's have a chat. That's all I'm saying, guys. Let's just have a chat in my comment section. Someone drop a few pearls of quality comments. Anyone that really knows their stuff. And it can help inform, especially me. You know, I like to try and get my information from multiple sources, and I know that my subscribers are amazing. You have obviously looked into Flat Earth, realised it's a load of nonsense, and now you're there to support the people that also fight the Flat Earth. So you've got good critical thinking skills. So yeah, tell me what you've got, guys. There's a song, actually the Snark has done a song. I'll leave a link to his actual song, but I'm going to play a little clip for my outro. And I thought, oh, I need to put a video to it, so it's just me fitting a carpet in my day-to-day life. This is STST, the NASA shill, fitting a carpet, because that's what I am. Boom.
NASA shill. I love this guy. This guy's like recovery arc. This guy's what do you call it? Redemption arc is so good.
Carpet fitter. Keep it safe. Keep it global.
Yeah, he's good, Sorka. He's good. He's good. He used to be a flat earther and now he's not, and he's like doing like you know, COVID misinformation. Yeah. Stuff. Oh, so someone made a song for him and from his community, and he's playing it for him while he does an outro fitting a carpet, because that's what he does, that's his job. Okay, this is just too much. This is legitimately, like, too much. I genuinely love this guy. I love him. I would fight for him. I wouldn't die for him, but, you know. What a dude. What an actual dude. Cozy vibes, cozy nice vibes. The earth is flat and I am going back. Okay, what's this? Actually, no, I wanted to have a little look at something else. Instead. What was that other one? Don't joke about that, Lorcan, please. I know that it was just a joke, but you gotta be tight with that stuff on Twitch. So There was a video I wanted to watch. So there's that one there. But there was one where, like, he was like religion and death. Like religion and fear of death. Yeah, I hope he doesn't relapse. I think everybody here is hoping that he doesn't relapse. Seek. Yeah, this guy's channel. Yeah. So, yeah. This is the guy's channel. Here you go. Where's that religion and fear of death video that he did? I could just search for this, but there it is. There it is. It was below the yeah. Right. All right, let's check out this next one. Let's check out this next one from him.
That's how we live it. Don't be mad at the system. It's simply how we've existed. I hear a lot of people talking like they pop.
Is that Tom McDonald that I'm hearing? Is that Tom? Because that sounded like a shit white rapper. And he said the word, "We're mad at the system." Was that Tom McDonald then?
Hello and welcome to Seek Truth and Speak Truth. Good day to you all. I hope you're enjoying it on this lovely rotating.
That's two British YouTubers that we found over the last few days who like Tom McDonald, which is worrying because he's a white supremacist, isn't he?
Oblate spheroid. Woo! Thank you to all who have helped with donations towards the STS.
I don't know. I've not listened to Tom McDonald's flow. Amazing, I just imagine he is a shit white rapper, isn't he?
So much. I've been painting. I'd say we're roughly around a week away from the great unveil. And obviously I still need to up my equipment, things like that.
Tom McDonald sounds worse than that from what little I've heard. Oh, okay.
Next year, I aim to be rocking.
Vegan flat earth neo-Nazi rapper. Yeah, is that who he is?
I'm happy to carry on as I am. Just me and me phone talking.
Sounds far worse than that. Okay.
Today is probably going to be one of them videos of mine that doesn't get many views, which it doesn't bother me too much. But obviously, the more views I get, the more people I'm probably helping or affecting. But it's a touchy subject, a bit morbid, maybe, shall we say?
Okay.
But I am terrified of dying. Absolutely, it's my biggest fear.
Yeah, join the club, bro.
No, it is the one inevitable thing for every one of us on this planet. We are all going to reach our demise.
So just to kind of give this a bit, because this is quite, content warning for death, I think is appropriate because he's going to be talking about that, isn't he? But just to sort of like brighten this up a little bit, I was at a Halloween party once where my friend who was in the Halloween, he like was running the Halloween party. It was his house and his housemates that were doing the Halloween party, and they wrote in the cellar. They had like a cellar in this house, and they wrote a bunch of like stuff. In what do you call it? Like the black light stuff, ultraviolet. They wrote a load of stuff in like ultraviolet pen all over the world, all over the walls, and obviously they were trying to write like spooky stuff. And so one of them was just writing like, all life will end. And things like death is inevitable. And it's like, actually, yeah, that is the scariest thing, isn't it? Like decay and death, like that's actually accurate. Like all life will one day end as we know it. And that is terrifying. Like what a terrifying concept. So I just thought that was quite funny. A little bit of morbid humor in there for you during this conversation.
Or is it a demise? I think part of the reason I found Flat Earth was because I was terrified of death.
Oh, this guy is so good. This guy is so good.
And to explain that, really, most of you will know that a lot of flat earthers are highly religious, either sort of Christian. They've misrepresented the Bible.
He's getting everything, isn't he? He's figured out that, like, overtly religious people are, and, you know, people who are terrified of death, like, they grasp at straws in reality to understand things. And, you know, he's figured out that, like, you know, it's just people who are, like, misinformed and, like, oh, it's just great.
And
I'm going to be really sad if he has actually relapsed. I'm going to be really sad.
That the Bible says the earth is flat, where it doesn't at all. I was never a Christian or a believer of any God, but I certainly believed in creation when I found flat earth. And not only was I in a low place at the time...
Same Blumhouse, yeah.
I was terrified of dying. I still am. Creation came along. Life after death came along. And I know that a lot of religions...
Yeah, thanatophobia is a huge driver for all sorts of messy shit. It really, really is, yeah.
No, obviously, no offence if you are religious, but I personally think a lot of religious people, maybe not you yourself, but why religion came about was to bring up afterlife, to give you the belief that your life on earth is only part of the chapter and you will continue onto another realm, shall we say. I can't prove that we do. I'm highly sceptical, but I cannot rule out creation in my mind. But is that because I'm basically terrified of not being horrible, worm food?
I love how he phrases it like that, and he doesn't say anything more poignant, like oblivion. Do you know what I mean? So, I used to have extreme panic attacks about death and the fear of death, and they only really stopped about, you know, I want to say that they stopped around 2020. I think they stopped around the year 2020, and I don't know why that is. I think I just sort of understood. I had panic attacks about other things as well, but I genuinely stopped sort of having these like horrible panic attacks about death and stuff. And I did actually change to what Blumhouse said in the chat, which is she says that she doesn't fear death, just not making the most of her life. And that's kind of what changed, because I was like thinking, I used to think like, yeah, there's no way that this can just end and then that's it and then there's nothing. Because like when we try and understand nothing, that's terrifying, isn't it? Because we can't understand it because we're something. So we can't comprehend nothingness, like endless nothingness, because we actually won't experience that, will we? If you die and there's nothing there, there's nothing afterwards. It isn't black. Like people say, like, oh, it's just black. But like it wouldn't be, would it? It wouldn't be anything. And you wouldn't know what was going on. You'd have no idea. It would be nothing. Like you just death is just completely like you wouldn't. It would just be like you wouldn't understand it at all. So like that's the fear I think that most people like. That's what I had. I was like, oh, it's just nothing forever, isn't it? And it's like, well, no. There would be no more you. Like that's it. It's the end, right? You don't have to worry about that. You wouldn't even know. You wouldn't even know that you were dead. You'd have no idea, would you? You'd just be... You wouldn't know. You wouldn't think. Like, that's the thing. Like, when you start to think of it like this and really break it down, it's like, no, there's literally nothing. Like, you wouldn't be there. So you don't have to be scared of it because there's nothing there. Like, yeah, maybe dying itself would suck. Like, you know, like if you die and like, you know, maybe you die from like a respiratory disease or like something horrific or whatever, right? You know what I mean? It's like, right, it's like being scared of the time before you were born. Like you can't comprehend what that was because you weren't, right? Do you know what I mean? So I used to have like, and I changed it because I realized that, well, if that is the case, and then one day you just die and there's no afterlife and stuff like that, like you don't get reincarnated or anything like that, then I've got to live the best of my life to the most that I can do. Right? Like, that is the fear now. The fear now is that I've not done the things that I want to do. And that's why I'm so dead set on doing activism and trying to make the world a better place, as much of a better place as I can make it. Even if it means I have to live in, like, fucking, you know, like, fear of having no money every month. Speaking of which, please subscribe off Twitch. Please donate. I need this money to live. Also, we should be hitting £400 tonight in order to unlock double feature movie night. We've not done that, and I feel like I might have missed the mark by not talking about this until half an hour before the end of the stream. But anyway, let's move on. And I feel like that's been like the driving factor in a lot of my life recently, which is good, really, isn't it? Because when you start to remove the fear of death itself, then you start to be like, okay, well, flip it over, and I'm thinking about my life. So I'm not scared of death anymore. I'm scared of not, you know, having achieved things in my life. Not having achieved things, I guess, but sort of like having made the world a better place than what I found it in. At least by this much, right? So anyway, there's that. And then, but then what happened, which is a confusing thing, is that, so I used to like have a bit of, you know, a desire to be in an afterlife and stuff like that, right? But now, if you were here for the stream last night when we were talking about ghosts, I'm actually terrified of an afterlife. I mean, I don't know, maybe the concept of like heaven or hell or something like that is different. But like, I don't necessarily believe in those two things. I don't think that would... I just don't think that is a thing that exists. But, you know, anyway, if there was an afterlife, I just don't think heaven and hell would be it. But in sort of like thinking about like being reincarnated, which like Sorka was talking about that last night, and it's like, you know, well, if we do get reincarnated and there is like a bit of evidence that says that is actually true, like there are literal examples of like kids who like from the moment they could speak were like, I'm this person, and it's like a full name. They know their full name. They've got like friends and all this stuff. They talk about the friends, like, where's my friends, like blah, blah, blah. And all this, and it's like terrifying, and you're like, what the fuck does that mean for everybody? If there's like a boy that knows that he was in a past life a fucking jet fighter in the US Pacific arena of war, right? You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck? That's like a whole fucking thing. Oh my god, what's happened? Sploot Newt. Thank you so much. It didn't read the word sex. That's outrageous. Sploot Newt, thank you so much.
Money. Also, sex number.
Oh! Then it did. Thank you so much for the £10.69. I really appreciate that. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and for supporting the stream. I really appreciate that. I don't think we're going to unlock double feature movie night tonight, folks. So, you know, don't worry about it. It's fine. It's one of those. I think it's just a bit of a slow month. And that's fine. But, like, yeah, I appreciate the support nonetheless. It heard you complain. Yes, it did. And it was like, oh, well, I will read it then, you stupid fuck. You know. Appreciate that, Spotnot. Thank you so much. I remember sincerely exploring reincarnation as a kid, and everyone made so much fun of me for entertaining the thought. Yeah. We used to have massive panic attacks from death anxiety, but my worry about it stopped very suddenly. I can remember the exact moment I thought about my death and didn't feel any fear. It was an incredible sense of relief. It is a relief, isn't it? That's one thing that I think all the time, right? Well, I used to think all the time when I had really bad death anxiety. I used to think like, you know, what I'm thinking about now is so annoying that if I go my entire life thinking about this, when I actually come to the moment of death, if I am like lucid or conscious of it or whatever, I will fucking hate myself. Right? I'll be so mad if I've spent my entire life being scared of dying, and because of that, like, I don't do things or, you know, shit like that. Like, that was the biggest thing, right? That was the biggest thing. So, yeah. I do get what he means about not being religious, but believing in creationism, because I'm not, and I was raised religious, but I've generally taken reincarnation as a given. Not really thought about it, just think it's nice. Yeah, that's fair enough, honestly.
When those lights go out, is that it? Will I never ever think again? Will I never ever feel again? Will I never ever see again?
He's talking about it.
And these things literally keep me up at night, terrified. I have nightmares about dying. I'm literally terrified of even flying. I've never been on a plane. I have an irrational fear of anything dangerous.
This guy's just me. My fear of death was attached to like a fear of planes. That's crazy.
Skydiving, bungee jumping.
No, why don't you, folks? He's British and he's bald and he's got a beard. That's what it is.
Anything like that. I don't even think I'd do it for £1 million. I honestly don't. Yes, I know that I've got more chance of being ran over by a car in the street. Things like that. But when people say to me, like, why are you scared of flying? I'll say I'll go anywhere, but it has to be on a boat. And the reason I say that is because I can swim, but I know I can't fly. But even then, it's probably...
I used to think that, right? I used to think that. And then, what I realised is that if I ever wanted to go to America, and I do, because I have friends in America, right? You'd be in the middle of a very large ocean, wouldn't you? It's not like going into France to crossing the channel, right? It's not like going from Spain to Gibraltar. You know, it's not like that, is it? Or is it Gibraltar to Morocco? I don't know. You know, the Straits of Gibraltar. It's not like that. You can't just like swim across if you know, if you're good enough, right? You're fucked. Like, you're fucking fucked. Like, you would drown. And drowning, by all measure of knowledge of what it's like to drown, is possibly one of the worst ways to drown ever. To die ever. So that's that. Oh, yeah, same base junkie. Yeah. I hate heights, but I love roller coasters. Yeah. Big into roller coasters. Big into, like, white knuckle stuff. I was on those e-scooters at the weekend with my partner. And, I was like, oh, my God, this is terrifying. Like, I'm going really fast. I've not got a fucking helmet on and shit, right? But I was like, this is great. I love it. Gibraltar, I barely know it. Good one. Love that ghost. Love that ghost. Also, hi, Weird Beards. How's it going? Yeah, gravity is a harsh mistress. It is. But you know what's worse? The sea. You know, and not only is the sea really hard to swim in, but it's got loads of critters in it that could just eat you or poison you or anything like that. Anyway, terrifying.
A certain death.
Oh, no!
You fall into the ocean in the middle of the Atlantic, or a ship.
I just dropped my fucking... Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I like dropped like a bit of my thingy of my protein bar, and I'm like, really? It doesn't really matter. I miss out on that much protein. How much protein is going to be in like that bit of the protein bar? Not a lot. It doesn't matter. Get over yourself, Muel. Whatever. It's fine.
Sinks. You've got a high chance of dying.
No, I'm not eating that. It's been on the floor.
Death.
I've got OCD, remember?
That I'm scared of as well. I think that's...
It's been on the floor for a microsecond, a microsecond, right? And what that means is that now it's got anthrax on it and bleach and everything, you know. So that's that.
But yeah,
did a ghost knock it out of my hand? Yes, it did. Thank you, Rory. That's correct.
My beliefs stemmed from that fear, and as soon as I found flat Earth,
yeah, I've got OCD.
It made me feel special. It made me feel like God's creation. And I felt invincible. So
does open expanse freak you out? The water, if we're talking about the sea, yeah. But it's not the open expanse. It's like what's in the sea. And the fact that the sea is completely inhabitable for humans. So that's... uninhabitable. Sorry, not inhabitable. Uninhabitable for humans. Yeah, that's the thing that freaks me out, Trunks, yeah. A good test of how scary something is how it compares to being in the ocean alone at night. Because that would be fucking terrifying. Yeah. Well, what I used to think about flying is that, like, oh, well, it doesn't matter anyway, because, like, you know, you would break... the plane would crash, right? So, like, you know, the horrible scenario that, like, doesn't fucking happen. The plane would crash in the middle, like, would explode in the middle of the sky or something and just fall into the ocean, and somehow you would survive, right? Which is not even true anyway. Like, I think, like, one of the most sort of, like, you know, the only possible sort of scenario where something like that would happen is if, like, one of the engines failed or something. Like, there's multiple engines on a plane for that exact reason, isn't there? Right? So it's like, and even if that happened, the plane would be able to, like, glide for miles and miles and miles before it had to make, like, an emergency landing. So it doesn't even matter if like, an engine failed in the middle of the sky. You would still survive. You wouldn't have to go into the sea anyway. But that was my thought. My thought was literally like, you know, it would fall in, you would fall in the fucking ocean, it would crash, and then you'd be in the ocean and you'd survive somehow. But even if it did crash in the ocean, you wouldn't survive. You'd be fucking dead. Because if something falls at any kind of, like, you know, speed from the... Unless you're in a parachute, you would not survive. You would not survive. It would be like if you hit the fucking... if you, like, got sucked out of a plane and you landed in the fucking sea, you'd be dead the moment you hit the water. You'd even probably have a heart attack before you hit the sea. Because it would be that fucking scary that your body would just not be prepared. Or you could even suffocate because, like, you can't actually, like, breathe that well when you fall in that fast in the fucking sky. So you might, like, hyperventilate, have a panic attack, and then fucking just suffocate. And then, you know, then you've also had a heart attack. You'll break your fucking neck when you hit the fucking ocean. So that's that, isn't it? Anyway. So it's nonsense. So it's nonsense anyway. It's just absolutely nonsense. That wouldn't happen. You wouldn't, like, slowly drown or get eaten by a shark if you fell out of a plane. Like, and you wouldn't fall out of a plane. Yes, a quick death from falling is way less horrific than the slow death of trying to survive in the ocean. Yeah. And actually, do you know what? It might be kind of fun. You might, like, accept your death and be like, well, let's just enjoy this for what it is in the last few seconds that I'm alive. You know? Just be like, oh... You know? If you got sucked out of an airplane at high altitudes, the change in air pressure might also knock you unconscious. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. There you go.
After leaving Flat Earth, I have been in turmoil.
Become a sea ghost. That's what's going to happen if that happens, isn't it? You'll be in Davy Jones's locker for all eternity.
I just don't know how to explain it, and really, I want comments from you guys. What are your beliefs?
Quickly pull up Spotify and put on Freebird while you fall. Yeah, but it would have to be this version. It would have to be this version, and I'd have to watch it. Just this, but I'm spinning through the fucking air. Has no one seen this? Oh my god! Oh! Overzealous enthusiast, what the fuck? Overzealous euthanasiast. I don't even know how to fucking do your name. Thank you, holy shit, for the fucking £80. Let's fucking go. Right, you know what that means, don't you, folks? We're watching the entirety of this. Saw your real name. No, I didn't. I didn't see your real name. Don't worry. We might actually make it to the goal. Chat, listen, if we get another 50 quid tonight, we might unlock double feature movie night. I don't know how many people are in the stream right now. Don't tell me because that invokes my anxiety. But if every single one of you donated a $5 right now, I reckon we'd get to it. And maybe a little bit over. But thank you so much, Overzealous Euthanasiast, for subbing off Twitch, supporting the stream with such a huge amount as well. Thank you so much. That means the world. Really appreciate that. That's literally going to get me shopping for like 2 weeks or something. You know, like when charities do that thing where they're like, oh yeah, you know, just a £5 donation could get like some clothes and stuff like this. Like, that's what I'm doing right now. It's like, if you donate £5, that means I could get 2 chicken bakes and a coffee from Greg's. You know? So that's that. Oh, your actual username. Oh, it's fine. It doesn't matter. It's okay. Yeah. Rotato rat. That's what's going on, yeah. That's what's going on. Hey, Active Bellatrix. How's it going? Welcome in. I fully watched the 10-hour version of He-Man version of What's Going On, so I'm in this for the long haul. Hey, delicate friend. How's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, that sounds fucking hype as fuck. My go-to Greg's order is a Mexican chicken oval. I do like a Mexican chicken oval. I've had that. A bottle of wine to ease the night too. I don't actually drink alcohol, but I might have some non-alcoholic wine. I doubt it because it tastes like shit. Probably just get some Ribena instead. So there you go. No, we're not gonna watch. We're not gonna watch the whole of that, even though it would be good. Like you know, some people in the chat being like, "What the fuck?" Right? He is having a good time, isn't he? Yeah. Like, I don't understand how people don't know this. Like, this is the benefit of me having... So I have my main YouTube account where I post all my, Mark Sammons is like, what's the deal with the rat? I zoned out for a bit. This is why I actually, I don't get tired of streaming. I don't. Even if I've had, what I would call, a bad stream. Like, last night, to me, was a bad stream. And it wasn't anything to do with chat. It was to do with me. I felt like I wasn't, doing quite well. Like, I felt like, trying to find that guy and he wasn't as funny. And I felt like it was, a bit of a failure of the stream and stuff. But it's moments like this, right? It's moments like this, yeah, that make me realize this is what it's all about. Having Mark Sammons come in to the one rat... 4K, 4K, one rat spinning to the Freebird solo 10 hours fixed video and saying, what's the deal with the rat? I zoned out for a bit. Superb content, isn't it? And yes, oh my god!
Payday today for me. Sharing the love.
Acton Bellatrix with the £6. Thank you so much for the £6, Acton Bellatrix. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Look at that. Now we've got how much left? 47 quid. 47 quid. That would be 10 people donating £4, right? If 10 people in the stream donate £4 each, that will happen tonight. We'll get it tonight, basically. Mark Salmon says, I watched a bit of the ADHD VOD this morning and I can't stop thinking about, how about that Scrunkly Bee? Please make that TikTok. I have to show people. I am going to make the Scrunkly Bee TikTok. I am going to do that. Yes. Now let's see the rat with ray tracing turned on. Yeah, that's a good point. It is peak content, isn't it? People are going to tune in and they're going to be like, oh yeah, Muel's talking about a flat earther, or a redemption arc, something like that. And it's just rat rotating in the air to the Freebird solo for 10 hours. And actually, the funniest thing about this bit of content right now that's happening right now is that we actually got onto this through talking about the fear of death and what it would be like to fall out of a plane if you ever did unfortunately experience the extremely unlikely event of getting sucked out of a plane at a high altitude and somehow be able to get like a phone signal and get the Freebird tune up. Lyra with the £4.
One rat spinning to the Freebird solo 10 hours. Fixed.
Why didn't it show the message in text form underneath your donation? But she read it out anyway. Thank you so much, Lyra, for donating £4 to the stream. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch and supporting me. Appreciate it. That's what we're going out. Going out like this would be top tier. It would be, yeah. It would be. 4K, one rat spinning to the Freebird solo 10 hours fixed. Thank you, appreciate that. Needs to be done to the Bill and Ted Hellfall scene. Yes, I agree. I've got Freebird in Clone Hero, and you can get custom backgrounds. I wonder if I can get this set as a video. You absolutely should. You absolutely should. When I got back, I was like, ooh, rat time, yeah. That's what it is. That's what it's about. This is the base content I'm here for, yeah. I'm not finishing until we hit £400, folks. This is it for the rest of the stream. Oh, it's happening! Chloe, thank you so much for the £2. Oh my God, Chloe, thank you so much for the £2. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. And thank you for supporting the stream. Let's fucking go! It's like our own personal hype train, isn't it? I don't think ray tracing is going to help that much on a 128 by 128 texture and 50 poly model. Well, that sounds like the language of quitters and non-believers to me, a ghost. Funny, because the actual acknowledgement of your existence means that, oh!
Cash for C-O-R-A-D.
Cash for C-O-R-A-D. C-O-R... Cash for Corad. Cash for Corad, thank you so much for the £5. I don't know what that means, cash for Corad. Maybe it was just reading that wrong because it was all like fucked up lettering. But thank you so much, anonymous communist, for donating. Cash for Comrades, thank you so much, Cash for Comrades. That's probably what that meant. Yes, I agree. Thank you, anonymous communist, for donating off Twitch and also supporting the stream. I appreciate that. Look at that. We only need like another, what is that, £35? That's 7 people donating £5. That's what we need. Anonymous. That's right. It's the rat train. That's right. Anyway, as I was saying, the very acknowledgement of the existence of a ghost requires belief, doesn't it? So, you know, let's put ray tracing on and see what happens. Oh, it's a ghost with £10. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. That means we only got £25 to go. That's 5 people donating £5 each. Let's fucking go. Thank you, a ghost. It's happening. It's fucking happening. You know, this is all you have to do, isn't it? Like, I've seen this happen on other people's streams like Lucid Fox and $27. You know, all that happens is, what happens is people put on a tune and then people start donating. That's what happens, isn't it? Oh, shit! Boopity beep, thank you so much for the £50. Holy shit. Chat, it's happened. It's happened. We've unlocked double feature movie night. Double feature movie night. And that means we'll be having movie night on 26th of December. Not this Saturday, but the next one. Double feature. Snowflake by Stuart Lee. And Issa and Jay's video on autonomous communities in Europe. Very fucking excited. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Who was that last one by? Beepity Boop? Beepity Boop, thank you so much for donating off Twitch, subbing off Twitch, and showing all that love by supporting the stream. £50, fucking love that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the donos in today's rat train. That's what's been going on. That's what's been going on. Science fiction. Double feature. Yeah, that's right, Chloe. Yeah, that's right. Oh my God, more? Oh, Sorka, thank you so much for the £1. Oh, bless your heart. You really didn't have to do that. You really didn't have to do that. Thank you so much. Must have been a Soros agent. Yes, I think it probably was, wasn't it? Well, thank you so much, everybody, for all. It was George Soros himself, wasn't it? George Soros himself coming to the Antifa stream and supporting me. Sorka, thank you so much for donating £1, subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. I really, really, really appreciate that. Right, let's crack on with this guy's redemption arc and see what happens.
How do you feel about this? Because to me,
it will be good for a can of Sprite. It will.
The thought.
But what I normally have, if you want to know what I like, because people like to hear what people like, don't they? If I go for like a fizzy can of drink, one of my favorite ones is Black Grape KA. That's one of the best ones. Cyberquaker also said earlier in the chat, and I want to address this because I think this is really important as a northerner, right? Yeah, KA is so fucking good. I love that shit. The fucking car cans, so nice. Cyberquaker pointed out about the Greg's vegan range, and I've had the Greg's vegan range, and it's really good. It's really, really, really good. The vegan steak bakes are better than meat steak bakes. You know? What does K8 stand for? Don't know. Pass. But yeah, it's really, really good.
Of never seeing again, never living again, never breathing again.
I love worshipping my man. Hello, welcome to the stream. How you doing?
They just don't care. They're like, well,
King Arthur, that's what it stands for.
You're not going to know about it, are you?
Thanks for the follow.
About the universe before you were born, and you didn't miss anything then. So I do try and get my head around that. If there is nothing, I won't know about it. You know, maybe it will just be like going to sleep and never waking up. It terrifies me. I think part of this fear also comes from...
I do need a rotating Ratamo. I agree, Shakes.
My mum died of cancer. I was very childish, and I still am, really. So I was probably more mental age of like a 14-year-old. But I couldn't handle it. And I still beat myself up today when my mum was in hospital, probably for the last month. I didn't even go and see her.
Yeah, fuck cancer, honestly.
To see my mum in such an ill way, basically. She passed away. All my family were there when she passed away. 1 brother, 3 sisters, my dad. But they didn't even ask me up the hospital when they knew that these were her last moments, because they knew I would not be able to handle it. But now I beat myself up because I couldn't. I had basically a month, 28 more days I could have spent with my mum, and I didn't because of my own fears.
It is heartbreaking, this, yeah. It is.
Beating myself up. I had a month that I could have been with her for at least a couple of hours every day in hospital, and I didn't do that.
But again, let's remember, chat, this is a really sort of like bold, brave thing to do after sort of sitting on a channel. Or if people don't know what's going on here, if people don't know what's going on with this guy in particular, he was a flat earther who made a bunch of videos about flat earth and stuff like that. And he humbled himself when someone debunked his videos and said, oh, actually, I was wrong. And he's now an anti-flat earther. Like he kept his channel name Seeks Truth, Speaks Truth, because obviously that's what he's doing now. Yeah, he's laying it out, you know what I mean? And he's saying like, look, this is, I obviously believed in flat earth because I saw my mum die and I was terrified of death and I didn't properly address that. That's clearly what's going on. Do you know what I mean? So I think this is huge, you know? I know people are saying it's a bit of a come down and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, it is. But this is, I think these are conversations that people need to have. Like, I think that our relationship to death in itself as well is like we're alienated from everything, aren't we, under capitalism? Right? We're alienated from the people who made the clothes that we wear to wear, and those people are alienated to where the fabric that they're making comes from. And there are so many different degrees of alienation. And we're so alienated from nature itself, and we're absolutely alienated from death. Like, we don't even see death. You know, we put our bodies in a coffin in the ground, right? When people die, we put them in the ground, we put them in a graveyard, and that's it. There are definitely different cultures out there that do it in a different way. Like, you've got like Mexican cultures or Latine cultures that do Day of the Dead, Dias de los Muertos. And I watched a bit of that on Nicotine stream. Nicotine did a great video on the, like, I forget what it's called, but it's like a mural that they put up for dead people in their thingy, in their family, their ancestry and stuff like that. And you can even do it for anyone, actually, according to this one person on the video that we watched. And yes, you're right, a Ghost. Yeah, the alienation starts way before going in the ground because, people don't get treated on their deathbed, quote-unquote deathbed, at home, right? So your family is alienated from you as soon as you go into the hospital and shit like that. And it's like, okay, well, hospitals do kind of have to exist. So we can't really, I guess we can't get too mad at that stuff, but like, yeah, I know what you mean. It's like, we're removed from our family members. It's made hard for us to see them and stuff like that. And we just kind of like, we're enabled to pretend that it isn't happening, aren't we? Right? We're enabled to just kind of block it out. And that's clearly what this guy did when he was a kid. And that's affected him dramatically, hasn't it? Even open casket funerals try to make the corpse look alive as possible. Yeah. Right. Yeah, and that as well. Yeah, palliative care. I think that is what Americans call care homes and stuff like that. Is that what you mean, palliative care? I don't know if we use that in the UK. We might do. But yeah, sending people to old people's homes, the entire death industry, not just enabling, but exploiting that alienation. Yeah. Yeah. And it's, palliative care, end of life care. Yeah. And end of life care is not like, it's not good. We don't have a good palliative care system in the UK. People are underpaid. Nurses are underpaid. Health workers are underpaid. And this leads to all manners of abuse, all manners of neglect. People are forced to work jobs. And you can't take time off to look after a dying family member. And if you do that and apply for carer money, like carer benefits from the state, they make that process as difficult as possible and turn you off the idea pretty damn fucking quick. And that's not to mention, let's talk about pensions as well. Like when you're like, if you're in a couple, if you're in a partnership with someone and someone's getting old and you're well enough to look after the other person, but your pension's shit and you've had to, keep working every day, not every day, but like on and off at like the local pharmacy or something, or you go in and help at the bingo hall or whatever and they give you a couple of quid. It's shit like that. Like, you can't apply to be a carer then because you're already receiving like a state pension and shit like that. It's all these different things that like stop us from having what is actually a healthy relationship with death and our families. Right? And I think that's a really important thing to think about.
The episode really is to just get a discussion going, get some comment threads going. What are your beliefs? Are you scared of dying? I know, I'm sorry, this is a very morbid subject.
It's kind of why putting death as a content warning is like, to me, I only ever see bad things come from shielding yourself from talking about this. So I would just push back on that a little bit, just because, like, the only reason that I got to this stage here where I am today is because of a lot of self-reflection and a lot of learning and actually a lot of therapy. And I think that unfortunately, so for example, like you could argue that under capitalism, under the extreme stress of capitalism, you know, people get depression, don't they? Right? Because, you know, when people talk about like brain chemicals and stuff like that, there's not a lot of like actual science to sort of like back that up when it comes to people who have, you know, a depression disorder. Like, you know, if we're talking about like, you've got like chronic depression, and it's related to the fact that like there's no, you see like no point in life, there's no prospects, there's no winning, there's no nothing. These things are related to capitalism, aren't they? They're related to the fact that we are like forced into this fucking box. And that's not to say that there's not other forms of depression, and there are forms of depression that are affected by what's going on in your head and shit like that, right? However, you know, you would have a content warning up for depression anyway, wouldn't you? Despite the fact that there may be some people who are they're just depressed because of the system, right? And so we're alienated from death because of the system, and that can give people a lot of anxiety. I remember I was watching a streamer once who just started talking about death without warning, right? Without any sort of content warning or saying like, I'm just going to talk about death for a little bit here, but started talking about death in a very like, what do you call it? Like in a way that we're doing now, in like a very frank manner. And I couldn't deal with it, and it fucked me up, and I had a panic attack. Right, so that's kind of why I do that. You know, I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying that like that's a really shit take, and like you need to go and do penance, and we're gonna cancel you on Twitter, and you can't work anymore. You have to quit your job, and like that's it. It's the end, prison for you, right? I'm not obviously saying that, but like I just sort of like want to push back on that a little bit, because you know it's sort of like, you know, I just want to like not bring those feelings on to people, right? I get that we need to get people to confront their fear of death, and I get that we need to get people to think about our relationship to death and the alienation and stuff like that. But we're not going to do that by not having content warnings regarding death. You know, I think that we have to be very gentle in getting people to talk about these things. You know, no ghost goes to prison for refusing to ray trace the rat. Actually, that's the real reason that we put a ghost in prison. Yes, I agree. Yes, that's how we're gonna. Yeah. I used to have panic attacks like that all the time. It was specifically exposure to that kind of frank conversation, most from Ask a Mortician, that helped me get past that. Yeah, that's fair enough. And I'm not saying that way of dealing with it is bad or it's wrong and shit like that. Right? Yeah, Sir Goosebumps is right. Exposure only works if you engage with it willingly. It doesn't really help it to spring it on people. Yeah, I agree. Because that's kind of what fucks with people in a live sort of context, especially. Like if you click on Ask a Mortician's video, you know that you're going in to watch a video about death in some respect, aren't you? Do you know what I mean? But unwilling exposure generally makes the problem worse, right? Yeah, that's why I had a panic attack when I heard that one streamer talk about death in this way one time. So, you know, it's kind of one of those things. It's people are going to get different things. Like I actually, like, speaking of Ask a Mortician, I actually like did not watch her videos at all. And I still don't, actually, because of that sort of, well, I know that she's going to be talking about death, and I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to think about it. You know, I would be more inclined to like watch her videos now, because I'm able to look at death in a different way. I'm able to like think about it in a different way, and how it, you know, affected me, and the trauma that led me to think that death is this, you know, horrible thing, and it's this unnatural thing, etc., etc., etc. But the thing that sort of like, I guess helped me the most was me dealing with it, on my own. Do you know what I mean? And sort of like going, all right, listen, it's one of these things, like, you know, just deal with it on your own, and I guess and that doesn't work for everybody, right? It doesn't work for everybody. It literally doesn't work for everybody. You might want to, you know, have like a focus group or a support group or something like that. You might want to have a therapist talk to you about this stuff. I think there's just lots of different ways to deal with this in it. And I just think that like preventing people from, you know, having a panic attack, I think that's a good thing. Personally, I think that's a good thing. You know, I know that there's a lot of sort of like, I don't know, focus group, whatever. Listen, shut up, I've got ADHD. Check your ableism, actually. You know, that's a joke. But, you know, fucking... I forgot what I was saying now because I made that joke. What was I saying? Trying to have imagine having a focus group to help with grief. Yes, it was a good joke, wasn't it? Thanks, Lyra. I've forgotten now. I've forgotten what the whole point was. But anyway, let's continue watching this video.
To talk about it, sometimes I think, what am I going to do as a video? And for some reason, this just popped straight up in relation to how I believed in flat Earth.
Oh, yeah. Right. Content warnings as a whole. There's a lot of people that just like don't believe in content warnings as a whole. Right. And, you know, I do have like a little bit of a joke here. Obviously, I've got a content warning for British. It's not serious. Right. It isn't. It genuinely isn't. You know, I just kind of like go along with that joke that like lefties are these like ultra sensitive people who can't handle anything. So I think it's funny that there might be a person out there who like genuinely can't, you know, deal with someone being British. I think that's a very funny concept. So I'm kind of going along with that. But there are real content warnings there amongst that, isn't it? Yeah, some people don't want to hear someone talk about COVID denial or conspiracies or death. But I think it would be very funny if people were upset by the fact that British people exist and they don't want to engage with content from British people. I think that's very funny. But anyway, yeah.
It was certainly something that helped my fear of death for a little while. And I'm wondering if you're a flat earther.
Exactly, needing a British content warning, watching my stream, a British person's stream. That's the double funniness, isn't it?
A fear.
So that's what that bit is.
Not of death. Yeah, I mean, just come back to me, guys and girls. Let's talk. Are you afraid? Are you not afraid? What do you think? What do you believe?
Thank you, Lyra. That's right. It was a masterful gag, wasn't it?
Thank you very much if you did get to the end of that.
I mean, it was a really, really short video, so we flew through that. And I think that was very good. I think that was very fucking good. I think that this guy's whole arc of him being like a sort of, you know, a guy that, you know, had all this like bad misinformation on his channel and stuff, and then he's gone around and, you know, he's gone around the other end and he's figured all this out, and it's very, very nice, isn't it? Like, that's great. Like, I genuinely love that for him. Now, you might be thinking, oh, well, it looks like it's the end of the stream, but it's not. It's actually not. And I'll tell you why. Because I watched a Nuke's Top 5 last night that I'm going to leave you with, chat. Right? And we've got some spooky music coming in, and that's very good, isn't it? The spooky music is coming in. Didn't plan that. This is all live. You know? We've still got 9 hours and 45 minutes on the rap video. Yeah, we have. I watched a very, very spooky Nuke's Top 5 last night, and I'm going to leave you with this. Little bit of a joke title here as well. Of course, ghosts are real. They are actually completely factually real. There's lots of evidence for the existence of ghosts. Anyway, all joking aside, this one bit in Nuke's video last night that I watched, it really freaked me out. And I know there's some people in the chat who are like hardcore skeptics, and they're like, no, none of this ghost stuff is real. It's all bollocks, blah, 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 blah. But I really think that this one is like particularly convincing from a lot of different fucking angles. And I don't know if it's this one in particular. Well, there's two that I saw, and I'll show you. I'll show you them both. Right? So this is the first one. This is the first one. This one's not that convincing. It could be done with like fish wires and stuff like that, etc, etc, etc. But I'll show you this one real quick because this one kind of freaked me out anyway. This one was like, what the fuck?
Terrorized by a dark supernatural entity that haunts their home. Martina has set up a series of static cameras to keep a safe watch on her children.
Alien
But
ghosts,
she also
exactly.
caught some footage that is absolutely unnerving.
So that's that, right? That's a little bit like, oh well, you know, whatever, you know, one of those things. Da, 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 da. Could be fish wire, could be shit like that, right?
Two doors move by themselves and the boy calls for his mother, but otherwise doesn't seem that concerned.
Win that, mate. Yeah, win that.
To play his video game, his chair is forcefully.
Yes, it's the wind that made the handle on the door go like this and open and shut again. The wind did that.
Backwards, finally sending the boy running from mama.
I've seen wind do that loads.
Day, and Martina
just
is
turn handles.
Vacuuming the hallway carpet.
Right, now this one is fucking fucked. Right? Because now watch this one. This one is fucked. When I watched this, I was like, that is insane.
Then this happens.
The kid's got superpowers. Fair enough, yeah. Fair enough. So it's not the door, it's this. So now you might be thinking, oh, that looked like it got picked up by like a fish wire or something. Like it's got like a wire on it and it looked like it was following the thing. But if you watch it closely, you see what happens there is, why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? I think this is really good because what happens is, right? That genuinely made me lol. What? How is no one terrified by this? Right, watch it. So it goes up and you're like, okay, right, it could be on a wire. But then it fucking flips round. If you're faking that, right, you've got to have some like fucking ridiculous pulley and rope system to like make it. Do you know what I mean? That's so weird. I know, but that's what I mean. It's so like ridiculous, right? It's so absolutely fucking ridiculous. That it's like, no, it can't be possible. No, it's a joke. It's got to be a joke. You think there's a mask around the Hoover? Yeah, I mean, could be. If there's wires at two corners, it would flip very easily. Yes, but then it's more complicated than just like a fucking guy pulling a wire, isn't it? It's like a guy pulling two wires, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it is easy to fake that one. But that one really fucked me up. I saw that and I was like, that's nuts. If you're going to go through that effort to do that, that's pretty fucked. But then, that's not everything. The shadow is inconsistent, is it? Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the shadow. I don't think it is, you know. I don't think the shadow's inconsistent, you know.
Again, a door moves by itself and Martina...
It's still hilarious to think that eternally bound to this place, the thing that you do with your afterlife is fuck with some lady's cute googly eye shop. No, but this is the thing, a ghost, right? This is the thing, a ghost. Like, you know, the joke is that I believe in ghosts and they're real and stuff like that, but not what you think ghosts are. I don't believe in dead people. I don't believe in the way... I don't think that the things that are doing this, I don't think they're dead people. I genuinely don't. Because, you know, again, it's nonsense, isn't it? Why would you do that? Why would you do that with your afterlife? What does that mean? It's more likely that it's some kind of like force that we don't understand, like some kind of electromagnetic fluctuation due to like the earth or the something like that. Whatever, I don't know. Or perhaps sort of like edging out into different, I guess, a bit more of like a radical opinion. It's like either an energetic anomaly or it would be possibly a maybe an entity. It's more believable that it's like an entity that can like go in different dimensions, right? Like an interdimensional entity. It's more believable that it's something like that, or even an alien, isn't it? If I came back as a ghost, I would spend a lot of my time just fucking with people, and that's true as well. You know what I mean? It looked more like the hose got stuck on the carpet and lifted the small vacuum up. Wait, the hose got stuck on the carpet? Like suction? I don't know. Captain Disillusion has an old video on debunking ghost videos that might answer some of these effects. Yeah, maybe. I definitely like Captain Disillusion a lot, and I will definitely check that out. But anyway, there's a next bit to this that I think is also extremely fucked vibes.
This vacuum seems to float into the air as she... But the creepy activity when the living room...
Someone is fucking screaming outside my gaff, and if it's just a drunk person, I'm going to lose my mind. That's fucking weird. Ugh. Fucking hate that shit. Just like I have no idea what's going on there. I've literally no idea what's going on there. But there's like a guy who's being restrained by this girl, and he's just like screaming and shit. And I'm just like, what is happening? There's no way of me knowing what that is. You know what I mean? Like, how am I supposed to help? There's just people walking past, like, yeah, it's whatever. Like, and it's like, this is the level of apathy that we've got to, isn't it? It's like, I'm doing my job right now. Like, what? Like, he's not in any, he doesn't look like he's in any pain or anything. He just looks like he's losing his mind a little bit, right? And this girl is like, just sort of hugging him, like, sort of holding him, stopping him doing something. I don't really know what it is. But, like, I don't know, just weird. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, so just very fucking odd. But right, okay, let's crack on with this. So it gets worse. This one gets fucking worse. And yeah, well, I'll just show you.
Security camera captures this.
So you've got the door. The door starts freaking out. And then now the thing that's interesting about the chair moving, I just want to point this out, is that the chair kind of moves on a curve, which is really interesting. That's weird. This bit is fucking fucked. Like, what? Did you see that? That was fucking fucked, that.
Outside door opens and closes on its own as the door handle rapidly rotates as if being turned by some invisible force. Martina grabs her phone and is about to record the door when the purple desk chair suddenly glides toward her and her son. The two have had enough and are about to hurry out of the living room, but something seems to forcefully pull at Martina's sweater. So is this real poltergeist activity caught?
Like, it grabs a sweater in like 2 places, if you watch.
Really pull at Martina's sweater. So is this real poltergeist?
Oh no, I think it's the same. I think it's the same place.
Caught on camera, or is it all just an elaborate hoax?
Right, I love it. I love it when people say that. Mark Salmons is there. Like we've got overzealous euthanasiast in the chat saying, "I just wish people had better proof of something by now that poor quality home videos, grifters, and no else." Right, and then we've got Mark Salmons in the chat going, "Why is she recording when they've already got a camera in the house?" Obviously, to be like, "Look, this is real." And it isn't some person in a green bodysuit, right? The problem with it being someone in a green bodysuit is that that's not how green screens work, right? That's not how green screen... You can't just get like a person in a green bodysuit and they can do anything. That's not how it works. It really isn't. Like, you would have to literally be like, you know, you would have to do so much masking. So much masking. Roto. What are you on about rotoscoping? Oh, you're talking about like 80s era movie editing. So what you're saying is you get a person in a green screen bodysuit and you rotoscope them into the shot, and then you green screen, you color key them out so they're not actually in the room interacting with anybody. And then why would you do that? So, you know, okay, all right. Anyway, the door handle could be a person crouching on the other side. I agree. Could be 2 piano wires. Oh, not piano wires. No, you wouldn't use a fucking piano wire. No, a fishing wire for sure. Ancom Psycom is right in the chat. Yeah, you could do it with fishing wire. I guess you could. I love the chat versus Muel ghost segment. Yeah, it's the best ones, isn't it? Anyway, this is that one. I thought that this one was fucked. Right, I thought that this one was fucked. The chair is a scale model in the foreground. Rotoscope around the person to remove them from the scene by replacing them with static image of the empty room. Yes, but then, like, where is this person in the shot? In the original shot, like, where are they? And also, then they wouldn't need to be in a green screen suit, would they? You could just have them wearing whatever, as long as it wasn't like a flowing gown. You were thinking about Jaws where he talks about piano wire for catching the shark. Yeah. Right, anyway, so that's that, right? So that's that one, but then there's this one, right? So that you think that that's the most intense one, right? But it's not. It's not at all. This is the most intense one. And this is called Top 5 Scary Ghost Videos That Are Disturbing. These ones always fuck me up. And I don't know why, but to me, it's just like home video that's clearly like on a, you know, like a camcorder. It just upsets me even more than normal, right? I'm not looking to convince you. Don't listen, overzealous euthanasiast. I'm not looking to convince anyone. I just think that this stuff is really interesting. It's like an obsessive kind of thing for me, and it is fun. I actually do enjoy Muel versus chat on debunking and shit like this. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, everybody's primed to be unconvinced about ghost videos. Everybody's primed to be unconvinced about, you know, spirits and stuff like that, etc., etc., etc. But it's fun. It's fun to speculate on. It's fun. Like, I love having arguments. Like, there's no stakes, is there? Do you know what I mean? This isn't people's human rights or anything like that. It's just like a fun thing. Like, this is the thing. This is the only thing that debates are good for, right? So it's the only thing that debates are good for, right? It's literally it. But I do genuinely believe in them. I do. So I can understand why people might think I'm trying to convince people, like some kind of preacher or something like, look, ghosts are real. Like, what benefit would I get if ghosts are real? Like, what benefit would I get? I don't think I'd get that many more viewers anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like, and if I did get more viewers, it would be like a small percentage of people who believed me that ghosts were real. And the rest would just be people going, look at this fucking idiot bruv who thinks that ghosts are real. And that would be it. Anyway, so this one fucked me up. There's some things in it, right, that are pretty unconvincing, and I'll say them when I see them. But there's some stuff that's like, okay, what the fuck? Right? Okay, what the fuck? All right, Pat Potato, thank you for being here. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm in the pocket of Big Ghost. Yeah, this is like pub chat. This is literally like the kind of chats that you would have with your mates in the pub, right? That's what that is. Right, so check this one out.
And to affect his wife Leslie.
This one has got extremely fucked vibes. It starts off pretty tame, but the vibes get so fucked.
And their 3 children.
I'm an ecto-shill, that's right.
Hoof-like footsteps
big ectoplasm.
in the house. Objects move on their own. And Leslie has even found unexplained bruises all over her body.
That's just called getting pissed.
They began to hear strange sounds again. They record it all with their newly purchased camera. What happens next is downright creepy.
Like since we've moved 4 or 5 goddamn times, it keeps following us. No matter where the we go, it keeps following us. I don't know. We lived somewhere for 2, maybe 3 months, and it happens right back again.
Obviously begging the question, why are they filming this? I don't understand. Are they like... I think... So here's the thing. I think that's something that we do have to think about, right? Because we have a lot of... Like, when we get into, like, the skeptic brain and stuff like that, yeah. It's like, okay, why would anybody be filming this conversation that's happening at a dinner table, right? Just randomly, right? But then it's like, well, if there's been ghost happenings just going on for like most of your life, you would just have a camcorder and you'd be recording all the time. You would. You genuinely would. So I think that that's something to consider. Like, if these people are actually experiencing some kind of unexplained happenings going on, and that makes sense to me in a logical kind of framework. Like, you know, why do you have like a security cam footage and stuff like that? And most people are like, you know, like Overzealous Euthanasia said, oh my God, like, you know, it's just crusty footage. And it's like, well, I think 90% of the time, the reason that people have crusty footage is either because they like, they can't afford a decent smartphone or they can't afford a decent camera, especially in this case where it's like, this video is apparently from 10 years ago. This is filmed in 2012 or something. And, you know, it's quite obvious that like they didn't have access to like a you know, a Sony mirrorless camera, right? You know what I mean? Those are just some things that I kind of like to consider when thinking about this stuff. The likelihood of it being the case with a lot of stuff, probably unlikely, but yeah. And also that guy does look like John Carpenter, yeah.
The water pressure's quitting.
So this bit's kind of like, it's like the tap's not working.
It's what? Water system.
And it's like, well, it could be the water pressure. I've been in places that do that.
God, I just filled the cup up. I don't know, it's just quit. What? Honey? What is going on? Everything in the whole freaking...
I've not listened to Parapod, no. In 2012, this would have blown your mind for YouTube video quality. Yes.
Oh, what the frick? What the world?
Yeah, so this is like not that impressive. This is just like, yeah, someone's using the tap in the bathroom. It's not been plumbed properly, right? It's like, okay. Okay, whatever.
What?
What the frick? I love it when people say what the frick. It's my favorite. Yeah, people actually say that. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it?
What is wrong with the microwave? What the? What's wrong with the microwave?
What's wrong with the microwave? Well, you put some foil in it by mistake, or you know?
Oh my God!
Water's quit again. This thing get out of here. It's crazy as You wanna with somebody? With me now, God damn it! Ain't nobody.
What is? What? What is that? Tommy?
What the?
What is that, Tommy?
Let's get out of here. Let's go. Let's get the This ain't leaving. I'm getting the out of this goddamn house is what I'm doing.
The water pressure.
So the other stuff can sort of be explained away by, like, you know, just genuine user error. Like maybe you put some metal in the fucking, you know, whatever in the microwave, or like, you know, the pump isn't working that supplies the water pressure to your house. Footsteps that seemingly nobody can hear but you somehow recorded. No, that guy. Did you not see that guy's face? Like that guy, like, this is what I was just about to say. Like, that guy looks like legitimately concerned. Like, what the fuck is going on? You know?
Tommy!
And he's looking. He's legitimately looking.
What the
What is that, Tommy?
Let's get out of here. Let's go. Let's get This ain't leaving. I'm getting the out of this guy.
Why are they asking what's up is my point. Wait, what do you mean? If the footsteps are audible. Oh, well, he's in the other room for a bit, isn't he? But anyway. Feels like a homemade spooky movies with ham acting. Hello, Rat Acid, welcome in, yeah. Could be, yeah, could be.
The water pressure in the house inexplicably drops. The microwave flickers and dies, and the piano in the living room makes a noise. But scariest of all, heavy clomping footsteps can be heard slowly moving towards the family. That's when...
But again, this stuff easily debunked, right? This could just be like, whatever. Like, you know, you could fake this. There could be a guy under the floorboards doing the noise, right? So, you know, even if this guy is reacting to it and they're saying what's up just because he's in the other room, there could be a guy literally just in the cellar, like, doing those noises, right?
They decide to just get out of there. Cut to another day, and Tommy and his family are back in their home to celebrate his daughter's birthday. The girl's cousins, aunt, uncle, and parents have all gathered in the kitchen as the excited girl is served her birthday cake. Unfortunately, this will not be a happy birthday.
This is fucked, right? Because there's a couple of things with this one particular bit that is like, yikes, right? So the yikes thing is the way that all the kids react. It's like they're fucking terrified. You'll see it in a second. But the second thing is that if they fake this, they've traumatized their kids. And that's abusive, isn't it? That's basically child abuse, as far as we can all tell. You know what I mean? So this bit is, in my opinion, a bit convincing. But yeah.
This is Christina's birthday party, and everyone at it, there's Brianna, her little cousin, there's Haley, her other cousin, and there's her daddy Tommy. Hello. And here's her Aunt Misty, and here's her Uncle Joey. What up with it? What up with it? Alrighty, let's go, yes. Daddy lighting the candles.
Never stopped anyone before, that's true.
Yeah.
Hey, Rat Freak.
And we'll give the happy birthday.
Yeah, imagine people being abusive and toxic for views and clicks. That never happens. Yeah, it's really fucked.
To you, happy birthday.
Was that guy Daddy of 5 or some shit? And was he actually like doing... I can't remember what the shit was about Daddy of 5. Was he actually abusing his kids on camera, or... I can't remember. Was it just something that came out about stuff that he was doing in the... off camera? I can't remember.
To you, happy birthday.
He actually abused his kids on camera. That's so fucked.
Happy birthday to you.
Yeah. Let me candles out, girl.
She gonna blow it out? Yeah.
You gonna cut the cake out, Mama, or you want me to?
Go ahead, I'm running the camera.
Alrighty.
Daddy's cutting the cake.
Did you like the bicycle?
The main content of his channel.
Oh my God, Tommy, it's gonna start again. Oh my God, damn.
It ain't gotta mess everything.
He's gonna mess this up for everybody now.
Come on, sissy. Come on, baby, come on. I don't know what's gonna happen. Come on.
Having the tap just come on like that versus it like stopping is like... okay.
I'm sorry, baby. Seems like it's messing everything at 4 seconds.
It's okay, it'll be alright. God, okay, we should have had this at Jerry's house.
Okay, it might not
It's
do
just,
anything else, okay?
this stuff is starting again.
I'm sorry, sweetie.
You okay?
I'm so sorry.
Oh God!
What the hell is going on? Go to the front room. Go to the front room, girls, go.
Oh God! Oh my God!
Leslie, get out of here. Come on. Let's go with it.
Terrifying paranormal activity
Fox
disrupts
vibes.
the happy
Fox
celebration, upsetting the freaked out young girl. The family,
but still could be, you know, could be fake, could be something. Who knows, right? Could be someone with like fish wire in the back again. You know, we love the fish wire debunking thing. It could be, couldn't it? Right?
feels that the
and again, they could just be abusing their kids for content, which is extremely fucked up. Yeah, extremely fucked up.
Unexplained events have gotten completely out of.
Could be a guy in the cabinet. Look, I don't know if it would be a kid or a guy in the cabinet, because they pushed the fucking drawer out, and it's like that wouldn't make any sense, right? That wouldn't make any sense. The kids could be in on it. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, they could be. Who knows?
Control.
But this next bit fucked me up. There's a bit that happens, right?
And to do a seance together in hopes of ridding the home of whatever is haunting them. It did not go well.
Down, I'm running. And you guys can do the sounds, I'm not doing it. I'll sit
Hey, you can sit there with us and do it too. You can sit there with us and help us, man.
No.
Well, it's supposed to be 4 people with a seance anyways, I mean.
Interesting thing there, the curtain in the background was blurred in accordance with YouTube's community guidelines. Don't know if that means that there's like a Confederate flag or a swastika on it or something, or if it's a pornographic curtain. I don't really understand why it's been blurred. I don't really know what that means. So, yeah. Now, this is the thing that fucks me up. The bed in particular is the thing that fucks me up. Right? Because if you're doing that with fish wire, or even just like a bloke underneath the bed, there was a guy sat on that just then. And you need to be pretty fucking strong to lift the bed like that with a guy sat on it, right? They conveniently had to blur the part of the screen where the paranormal activity had to be. I mean, maybe that's what that is as well. I don't know. That's a good point that I hadn't actually considered, Lyra. But again, like, are you doing that with fish wire? I don't know if people are like lifting up a bed with fish wire, you know. Like, you'd have to have like a pretty solid, like, I don't know, you'd have to wrap it around like a you know, like thing that you got for a kite or something, I don't know. And then like tie it around the bed, but then it's still like the tension on a fucking fish wire. Like, it's not, I don't know, it's not designed to like pull a man up, is it? You know.
I'm sorry. Look, dude. Whatever the hell did her stop? Tommy, come on in here. Let's just turn his lights off and do this.
I gotta go, man.
Can hold a lot of weight depending on the line. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
For a few minutes, just till Sam gets here. Sam takes.
But the bigger, right? The bigger the fucking weight that it's supposed to hold, it's like you need a bigger wire. Like, it does increase in length, does increase in width, right? So it'd be easier to spot. Maybe that's why they've blurred that bit of the thing. But apparently this is something that Nuke's Top 5 has blurred himself, and they've not actually blurred it on their original channel. It seems like he sat on the bed deliberately to show that it wasn't fish wire. Could be gold orchid, yeah, it could be.
I guess so, but
go if you got candle. Yeah, hold on. Get back on the candle.
Could be a guy seesawing it from the other end. That was my initial thought, yeah. Halithic Lyra, how's it going?
Tommy, let's do this right quick. Come on. Leslie, I'm sorry, babe. Come on. We gotta hold hands. Don't let go of each other's hands. No matter what we do, you've got to stay in the circle and hold hands. Don't let go.
I'm not part of this circle, man.
If you let go of each other's hands, it's got control of it. Hold on, man. God. Look at that. It's a friggin' water off it out again. Put the Bible in the middle of the hands.
Souped up his bed with a hydraulic lowrider. Yeah, that's right.
In the house. Give us a sign, show us who you are. If you're evil. Sorry, baby. If you're evil. Son of a bitch, Jerry. Hey, God dang. Hey, that's enough. That's sign it up, man. That's sign it up.
Can't help but notice the tap only turns on when we can't see it. Yeah, that too.
Okay. Just get it. Let's quit. Turn this light on.
Hey, Leslie, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What is that?
I don't know.
Right, so this is the bit that I just don't believe. And, like, it's annoying because there's a bit in the video later on that I really do believe, right? I really believe that it's real, actually. But apparently blood came out of nowhere. And it's just like, I don't know. I don't fucking know if I don't even know where to go with that, because you can, of course you can fake that, and it seems extremely unlikely, right? Seems extremely unlikely for that to just like happen. Ghosts have blood. It was kind of off camera as well. Like maybe there was some, maybe the guy who's got the camera just went, right? Do you know what I mean? Right?
This is a new one on me, Turbo.
I feel like doing a seance like this is not going to help in any possible way. Yeah, it doesn't. It wouldn't help. I don't think. I just really don't think so. You know?
No. Are you okay? Oh God, I'm sorry. Here. Get her a friggin' rag.
They kind of feel like they're acting as well. Now that I'm watching this again and I'm not in bed on my own at like, when was it? It was about this time actually. I was in bed. I'm starting to think that I might have spooked myself into believing that this is more believable than it actually is. But anyway, I'll show you the bit that I do really believe. It's coming in a second. Coming in a second.
Let me see.
Just get a paper towel.
Are you hurt? No. Thomas. Tommy. Hey, go with her. Go. Wait a minute. Let's. Come on, man. Bring the camera. Let's get out. Come on. Hold on. Come on. Take this off. Take this off. Shut it in there. Shut it in. Shut it under the bed. Shut it under the bed. See, it's got to be sitting here. Look. God, ain't nothing. Check your out, Jacob. Get this off of it.
The guy could have just got off. He could have just sneaked out, couldn't he? This was the bit that I really sort of was like, oh my God, that's crazy, because there's no one under there. But then now I'm thinking about it, he could have just snuck out. It's off camera. He's not in shot. You could kind of see the flag. It's definitely Confederate. Right, okay, there you go.
Let's get it. Go on, let's get it. God. Guys, come on. Let's get it. Go. Move.
It is. It's a Confederate flag. That's why he's blurred it out. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on there. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
Begins the seance, a bed moves on its own, even though family member Jacob is sitting right on top.
The blood things to divert your attention right beforehand. Right. Anyway, listen. It was still a bit of a good content. A bit of good content to end the stream with anyway, wasn't it? Listen, that's how I feel about this ghost content anyway. It's a bit of a laugh. And it is quite funny to watch me, I imagine, turn around and go, oh, actually, I think I might have scared myself a little bit much into believing that this one was real. But I actually, now that I'm sort of thinking about it, I actually believe the one with the lady and her son way more than that. Way more than that last one that I showed you. You know? It's not funny that you believe in ghosts. Yeah, but it is though, isn't it? It actually is. Probably not the most self-preservating attitude, but wait, I don't understand what you mean. A little funny idea of you scaring yourself in bed in the dark though. And I'm going to do it again today. I'm going to do it again tonight. Stream was very good today. Really enjoyed the Flat Earth Redemption guy. We're going to check out a bit more of his content tomorrow, so stick around for that. That's what we're doing tomorrow. And in the meantime, chat, we're going to go and raid one of my good friends on twitch.tv. Right? That's what we do at the end of the stream. Please stick around for the stream. It's very nice when I do a big raid with everybody who's here. Mr. Dank! Oh my God, I feel like I didn't say hi to you today. How is it going? I hope you're doing okay. We're going to go and raid. You know what? This is perfect. Yesterday, I wanted to raid Casey Explosion because we looked at a tweet of hers, like a thread of hers about, you know, links not being very effective on Twitter. And you know what she's playing, chat? You know what she's playing? She's playing Ghost Song. So that's perfect, isn't it? That's actually perfect for the raid from DJ Believes in Ghosts Muel. That's actually the perfect game to raid into, isn't it? So, listen, chat. Thank you so much, everybody who's been to the stream today. Thank you so much for all the donos. We actually got to the goal. That means that movie night is unlocked for the 26th of November. Double feature movie night. Very fucking cool. Very fucking excited. It's going to be really fucking good. I'll see you there. If you're not in the Discord, get yourself in the Discord. If you want more Muel, check out my socials. There's loads there. I do TikToks now. I do shorts, all that stuff on YouTube. I've got loads of YouTube videos. Also, check out the VOD channel. I got loads of fucking VODs. The VOD channel is getting updated again. And, excuse me. Yeah, got loads of fucking content for you there to check out. And, yeah. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much, people who lurked. Thank you for all the follows today. And thank you, people, for chatting and having a fun time. I'll see you tomorrow. Stay excellent to each other. Mwah. Peace.
Look up, drone ship.